Oh. Hello, can you hear me? Is the sounds okay and whatnot? Let me know. People like some of the neighbor gamers, for example, speak so loud about it, and a lot of people mostly speak about gaming. Yeah, I really twist my nipples wants to be kind and level-headed and nice, but they live. Most people live in a world where they think that because I can do something, everyone else should do it. Or because if it works for me, it should work for you and everyone else. People in general have a really hard time of putting themselves into other people's shoes because, well, we don't know how you live, you know. So, on a technical level, a lot of the things that needs to be done in audio production or music production, like real time monitoring, blah blah blah, proper latency control, etc., etc. Linux just don't have the applications that do that. Linux can be run as a real-time kernel. I need to turn down the music in my ears because I'm getting depth there. But the software that is being built for Linux can't handle it without a lot of latency, and it's partly due to the Linux kernel design and just the software. There is just not enough software people that want to have audio software that is really, really good on Linux, or else it would be there. And the software companies that do make amazing music production software don't support Linux. So it's a little bit like they should support Linux. There's no financial incentive to do so. We have to make a what is it called? Alternative. There's no really good developers that want to do that are doing it. Yeah, I've tried. I do myself dabble in a lot of well, because I make YouTube in a lot of the music kind of thing or audio kind of thing. Linux is just years behind when it comes to anything audio versus any other, well, Mac and Windows basically. I will stay with Mac. For music production, nothing beats a Mac, man. It don't. Hey, Victor. I'm sorry to say it, but anything creative, Mac is it's the thing, man. It's the thing. I don't even know. Do we have any or what audio production tools do we have in the store? I have they not sectioned it up. They used. Oh, here it is. Music and audio. So it's already here. Music and audio. It's just players. A little bit of a mix here, I think. Edit a little bit simple editor. No work on a weekend. That's always good. Yeah, it's mostly either getting audio, watch or consuming audio, or super simple editing that Linux is good at. They do have some Linux is kind of good for MIDI sounds, you know, so like back in the 90s, if that's what you're into. But that don't take a lot of resources. Yeah, I don't seem to find anything. Here's another MIDI player. Another YouTube downloader. That's all of it. And this is just what they show in the Snap store, so there's way more out there in the wild. But Linux, for the longest time, I've had like Audacity is not. If you think Audacity is a music tool, I don't even know where to start. Audacity is not a pro production editing tool. It can do stuff. It can be a helpful tool to do. It's like saying that Visual Studio is an IDE or Notepad++ is an IDE. Reba, kinda, but that's I haven't had any problem with VSTs on Mac at all. Like, at all. But then again, I'm not using all the VSTs in the world. Hey, Jinx, you use Nix Gentoo over... No. My sweet little butterfly, you're doing it wrong. You're using GNU/systemd/gnome/nix/gentoo/linux kernel/linux distribution. Okay? That's the proper wording. Yast is not a music tool. When name starts looking at like bash commands, yeah. Yeah, the Linux community is fucking weird. I'm over 8K views on the latest video, the one from last week. It's doing quite well. This is really good. Yeah. ZS8, amazing. That's what Mac uses. I would go again. This is just from my experience and everyone else that I talk to that do a lot of music productions. They just seem to love Mac. You know, they just seems to love it, and I must admit it is a good system. And if you're really good, then go. Here's what you should do. Let's Oh, god damn it! Why the fuck is it opening two systems? What's wrong with you? Get a M1. When you can buy a Mac computer. A Mac computer and a MacBook is the same, Jinx. An M1 is totally fine for 99% of the workload. If you are going music production, I will go 16 and up. Yeah, the M1 series is like totally different. The M series chipsets is like nothing you have ever tried before. It's amazing how good it is. And get a M1 Air, MacBook Pro, Mac Minis. M1 Mac Minis are super cheap right now. But just get, like, again, if you're doing music production, I will go as high, much as RAM as humanly possible, because you're loading a lot of effects in and stuff like that. But they are, oh my god, they are like when I had my Mac Mini M2, it was like a the entry level Mac Mini is like a $500 machine. My M2 outcompeted a $2,000+ gaming rig for rendering and video production. It was faster than a $2,000+ gaming rig. The only thing my gaming rig is better at than my Mac Mini M4, basic M4 I have, is gaming. Anything else, my Mac Mini blows the fucking living shit out of my gaming rig. And I have a Ryzen 7, so 18 cores, I think it is. Or 16, what is it? How much does it have? I can't remember that right now. 16 cores, yeah. 8 physical and 16 hyper-threaded. My Mac Mini, entry-level Mac Mini, does everything besides gaming better, and maybe not video editing, because I have a somewhat beefier graphic card now. But my gaming rig is also like $2,500, where my Mac Mini is $500. And my gaming rig is only 5% faster than my Mac Mini with the new graphic card I bought, the NVIDIA graphic card. So the only financial benefit I can see Windows versus Mac OS is if you are a gamer. If you're not a gamer, I don't know why the fuck you will buy a computer, because the entry-level Mac Mini will beat any computer you can build for the same price. It's just how it is. The same with laptops. If you're not a gamer, for the same amount of money, you cannot get the same amount of laptop. Meaning you don't get the same battery life, you don't get the same quality, you don't get the same screen quality for the same amount of money that you buy for, let's say, a MacBook Air. Heck, even Lenovo laptops are more expensive than Apple laptops nowadays. And they give you lesser spec than for the same price you buy a Apple laptop for. So lesser battery life, lesser video core performances, lesser video performances, and they are more expensive. So if you spend, let's say, $2,000 or $2,500 on an Apple versus a Lenovo, you get more from the Apple than you could do from the Lenovo. Besides, if you're a gamer. A lot of people have this. This is how a lot of people do when they when we go in and compare Mac versus Apple. Do we have Notepad installed here somewhere? Yeah, there you go. So they say, like, let's say a Mac is $500. I can't remember what it is, but let's just say a Mac Mini is $500. And then they look at this is what they do. So a Mac Mini is $500. They're like, how cheap can I build a PC I can use? So that means it can do, let's say, web browsing, Netflix, and all that shit. If you just want that, yes, you can get a cheaper computer than a Mac Mini. But what you should look at, the Mac Mini spec, and then say, how much will a PC laptop cost with the same specs? And this is where a Mac Mini just blows out. Or a MacBook Air blows out the competition. Yes, you can build a cheaper computer, but it don't have the same horsepower. It would be like, I want to be a gamer. What is the cheapest graphic card I can buy that will display graphics on my system versus a 590 or 5090? That's how they're going about it. And they're like, oh, why would everyone buy a 5090 when I can get this like $100 graphic card that can showcase my Star Trek porn fan fiction? Yeah, but that's because they buy a 5090 for video editing, gaming, blah, 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 blah. And Linux users do the same, by the way. They are so most people are so disingenuous with how they compare, because if I say to you a Mac Mini is $500 in the state, but you can build a $200 computer, and you think, oh, they must be the same spec, and I give you the $200 computer, it takes a year and a fucking donkey to start up. You can only have 5 tabs open before it crawls into a halt. You cannot play any games whatsoever. You can barely open up Google Notes on it. You know. And I see, what is it called? Tech YouTubers with millions of subscribers doing the exact same, problem here. Okay, 5.9. It depends on where you are in the world. I think here in Denmark it's give me a second here. I can do the calculations for you. Where do we have the United States freedom money? So I think it's about this. So in Denmark, a Mac Mini with taxes and all of that fucking shit cost $837. $836. Or $37. What did you say it cost in 730? Yeah, so that's about what it cost in Denmark. Yeah, that's about what it cost in Denmark. With taxes and everything. I just rounded it up. But yeah, that's about the same here in Denmark. Maybe we are 1% more expensive or stuff like that. But that's the Danish price, because we have to pay in. Yeah, that's buying it from Apple. That's buying it from Apple. I bought my Mac Mini directly from Apple. I don't know what plasma version SteamOS use. Yeah. $700, $600 euros is a okay laptop, yeah. But it won't have the same battery life as a MacBook Air. It won't have the same horsepower as a MacBook Air. I don't think there's any consumer level x86-based CPU that have the same single-core performance as an M1 chip right now. I think it's beating out even pro-level AMD and Intel CPUs. And there are still a lot of things that are single-core. You get 12 hours on KDE. Well, a modern MacBook Air gets close to 20 to, if not 24 hours on a single charge. And that is with video playbacks and not just sitting and doing nothing. I think a Snapdragon, the high-tier Snapdragons, you get over 24 hours of battery. Jinx, that's not a Snapdragon. Don't confuse the masses. Don't confuse the masses, Jinx. That's a graphic card. Jinx, there's one thing you have to remember. I will educate the masses now. Most people on the internet, most people know nothing about the things they think they know something about. So most people that talk tech on the internet know nothing about tech. They just think they do because they know more than their grandma. So I can explain this in a better way. So if you go into Paint here, let's pretend that we are private software for a second here. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Where's the thickness? I need the thickness! Oh, well. Can you guys see this? It's a bell curve. Okay. These people over here know nothing. These are below average, below average to average. These are. Oh, this is super hard to do. Above average. So these in this here is average to a little bit above average. These are experts. Okay? What would be a good color? That's not a good color. This one? That looks like poop. Let's do poop. I will explain this. So let's take coding. If you know nothing about coding, how can do print hello world in Python, you are here. If you know entry level, so let's say you have 6 months of training with Python, 6 months to a year, you may be here. If you are, let's say, 2+ years, you may be here. If you have 10 years plus of professional development Python, you may be here, but it's not guaranteed. Okay, so it gives you an idea. Know nothing, have a little bit of knowledge, is decent, actually know what they're talking about. Most people that talks about tech in forums, Reddit, YouTube comments, blah, 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 they are here. They are here. Most content creators, they are here. Really few content creators are over here. And I will explain why that is. People that are in this area here, to know knowledge, to entry-level knowledge, they want to learn, they want, you want to learn, and you are looking for people that seems to know more than you. But if you talk to the people over here, it will fly over your head. You don't know what they're talking about. You get confused and you get angry. It's boring. There's no flashy blah, blah, blah. And you'll run away. So a lot of the successful content creators are the ones that are in this box here. They are average to above average because their content is not too hard to understand for the below average to the noobs. But it's not too hard to understand for them to not follow along. And the masses of people are in this area here. This is where most people live in the world. So, Kalara, or what your name is, I can already say that you are just a stock standard average Linux user. Stock standard average. 99% of every user of every system is average. Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever it is. 99 plus blah, blah, blah percent of all developers, mechanics, plumbers is average. Just because you know more than your mom don't make you a pro, a guru, or something like that. Because if you were average, or if you were a guru or an expert, you will be teaching this for college students. You will give people PhD lectures about this. Or you would be like a consultant that get paid thousands of dollars for an hour of your time. All of us, we are just average users. That's it. You want to see someone that's not average, go watch DJ Ware. I will type in his name here. Watch this channel. Chris Titus Tech, DistoTube, Linux Outlaw, the Linux Experiment, Luke Smith, all of these people are just average people that know a little bit more than the below average to noobs. So the below average to noobs people will look at them and learn from them and look at them as gurus. But when you then test them, they know nothing. They just know a little bit more than you do. And within a year or 2 years of using Linux, you will be here. So to know what most Linux content creators know about Linux, if you dedicate yourself, that means you spend 4, 5, 6 hours every fucking day learning about Linux, you will be above average Linux user in about 2 years. But most people don't spend 4, 5, 6 hours a day learning Linux. They spend maybe 30 minutes. And I don't mean watching Linux content. I mean taking Linux apart, compiling the kernel, compiling software, setting up Apache servers, setting up multi-network devices, treating Linux as you worked with Linux. What most content creators do is teaching other people, other normies, so to speak, how to use Linux as a consumer device. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just don't put them on a pedestal. But for you, let's say I want to go into furniture building. I know nothing about furniture building. Nothing at all. And Jinx is like, I can build a chair. To me, Jinx is a guru. She's an expert because to me, she knows something I don't. But then I learned how to build the chair Jinx can build. And Jinx can only build this chair. And it's not really a good chair. When you sit on and you fall on your ass and you get fisted by fucking needles and stuff like that. Oh, thanks, Scooby. But until I acquire that knowledge, Jinx is smarter than me. Jinx would be regarded to me as an expert or at least more knowledgeable. And then when I get to Jinx level, I find someone that's more knowledgeable than Jinx. And then when I come to that level, I go to the next level and the next level and the next level. Most Linux users, let's use this one here. Most Linux users, they stay about here. 99.9999999% of Linux users never go past the average mark. Because if you want to be more than an average Linux user, you have to dedicate, and I cannot stress this enough, you have to dedicate hours upon hours upon hours upon hours learning Linux. Not just running it, learning it. How does the kernel function? How does systemd function? How does the inner workings, the plumbing of Linux working? Which is super complicated, super tiresome, super fucking boring. There's no swinging unicorns and dicks going in your face every 10 seconds, so you won't do that. It's not entertaining enough. And that's why most people that use Linux is just average to about average for some, and others are below average. Most, in my humble opinion, the people that comment the most on YouTube videos, they are below average to noobs. I will get to you, Scooby, in a bit. Because most people, and you can see that from the comments. It's the situation. Tell me that you don't know anything about X without telling me you don't know anything about X. It's the comment you get on YouTube videos. So, this whole thing that Linux users are more technical inclined and blah 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 is so false. So false. Installing Linux is easier than installing Windows and Mac OS. Running Linux is easier than Windows and Mac OS. Or as easy as Windows and Mac OS. Like, if I showed you the Linux I used when I was 15 years old, you would not even be able to install it. Because you actually had to understand the partition layout of your hard drive. And there were no plug and play, so you had to, every time you plugged in a device, you have to manually attach it to the kernel. Another question here, if you want to see if someone is above average, ask them how often or if at all they have ever compiled the Linux kernel. And what they did or why they compiled it. If they just took the source code and just ran through a tutorial, that's not compiling it. They have to modify it. What modifications did they do? And how often have they done it? Or how many times have they done it? I learned about partition from diskpart. Diskpart is actually really good. What is it? FS part is also on one of them. There's many. I started to use T-part a lot in the later days, to be honest. But yeah, like, and again, this is me being super nice about it. I could be really, like, really harsh about it. Yeah, Kuro. Or Kuro? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, with makefile system and stuff like that. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because you could make more money if you really are an expert or guru in a subject. It's easier to make more money not doing YouTube than doing YouTube. You just find a job somewhere where they want to pay you a shit ton of money. Because on YouTube, it's not. Here's the thing: YouTube, the most important thing on YouTube is entertainment. Everything else comes secondary. Because most people go to YouTube to get entertained. They don't mind learning something and stuff like that, but the most important thing is entertaining. The people that go to YouTube and watch 10-hour-long coding tutorials, even though they get a lot of views, comparatively to the totalitarian of YouTube, is nothing. Nothing. Because most people don't have the, the attention span to sit and watch a video that's more than 30, 50 minutes long. Then they get bored. There is this rule in videos for YouTube that you should make the viewer feel engaged every 5 to 10 seconds. Something should happen on the screen. So they wake up more or less. You have to grab their attention every 5 to 10 seconds. Think about this. 5 to 10 seconds. And that is not showing them what a variable is in C# or how to do a class in C++. No, it has to be something that grabs their attention. So something entertaining. Don't use Obsidian. Obsidian is so overkill for 99% of people. And you're not. Here's the thing: the skills you learn in Obsidian, you're only going to use if you're using Obsidian in a professional level. I will not learn any second brain or any note-taking app unless I got forced to do it by my job. Because you could get as productive and as organized as if you're using Samsung Notes, Apple Notes, or some simple like what is the Windows? What is the Windows called? I use that quite a lot. What is the Windows one called? Note. No, what is it called? What is the Windows called? What is it called? Help me here, boys, girls. What is it called? I think I have it installed. What the fuck is it called? It's not Windows Notes. Why is this? OneNote. Use OneNote. OneNote will do 99.99999% of what you need it to do. All the other ones, so Notion, Node-REALity, Obsidian, and all of these things. OneNote is basically just well, it's like Apple Notes for Windows. Hey, Anton. This is all you need. You don't need to spend and because let me go back on track here. Sorry, Obsidian, Notion, and all of these big note-taking apps makes a lot of sense for teams. So if you're working in a group where you need a centralized wiki, note-taking app that also do a lot of things other than note-taking, because the power of Obsidian, Notion, and all of these other note-taking apps is anything they do that's not note-taking. That's actually why people are using them. They use them because, yes, they are note-taking apps, but they also do easier cooperation, blah, blah, blah. They have a lot of extra features, and that's why they really use them. The note-taking is just, well, it's just like, I don't know, get them in the door, I guess, or something like that. Yeah, but I will not learn any advanced note-taking, documentation, task tracking, exactly, Scooby. Like, I won't learn any of that unless I get paid for it by a company. Because it's the chances are that you're going to work for a company that use Obsidian or Notion or anything like that is super small. Most of them use Teams with Microsoft Office or something like that. It's only if you get into like a small upstart or whatnot that you will maybe use Notion or Monday and blah, Obsidian and stuff like that. You don't need that. I don't need a note-taking app to show me that my knowledge increases over time, because it don't really know if your knowledge is growing over. All it tracks is your notes, or whatever you will call it, or your work that you do in Obsidian. It actually don't track if you actually know what the fuck you're consuming. If you're withholding the information. Yeah, again, Vector, if your job tells you to do it, and they are paying you to learn it, learn it. But it's not something I would sit at home and do just for fun. If I was a productivity YouTuber, I would. It would be great content to learn. Let's learn Obsidian together. Like, make a series like that. It would make amazing good content. Not much going on. And here's another thing. Can I make a new one? By the way, this is all done in JavaScripting, by the way. So how can I explain this? So this is complexity. This would be Deep's idea of it, or admiration. So a lot of people admire complex solutions. They admire complex systems. If it's complex, it must be good. That's how a lot of people look at the world. The more complex it is, the better it is. In reality, complexion is the bane of existence. The more complex it is, the more things can go wrong. The more complex it is, the more things you have to do one thing. Complexity, or what it's called, is never a good thing. What you should strive for is this down here. As little complexity as humanly possible. Exactly, an idiot admire complexity. Exactly, yeah. Function over form is another word of it, yeah. Again, this is something you see with a lot of below average to newbies in a field is that arts must be good because it's complex. No, arts is not better than any other fucking distribution just because you can. If you know Linux, if you really know Linux, and when I say Linux, I mean the Linux ecosystem, you can run any distribution you want. That's it. You can install whatever distribution you want, and you can boil it down to become exactly what your Arch Linux install is. The only people that love Arch because they think it's simple is because they don't understand Linux. That's it. You can install OpenSUSE exactly the same way you install Arch. You can I'm running Ubuntu here just to piss off the world. You can install the standard. You can, if you wanted to, you can take the Arch kernel and run it on Ubuntu. If you wanted to. But what I'm coming at here is you can install the stock standard Ubuntu distribution. And then you can strip away all the shit you don't need. So basically Ubuntu is like how Arch would be if you installed it. The only difference between Ubuntu and Arch is the package manager. And where they hit, or not hit, but where they put some configuration files. Any Linux distribution is as customizable as any other Linux distribution if you know how to run Linux. The only benefit Arch Linux give you is that instead of installing and taking away, you install and adding, so you will save time. So if you came to me and say, oh, I like Arch Linux because I get the distribution or I get the Linux I want from the start, I'll be like, yep, I get it. That makes sense. You don't have to first install it and then depload it, basically. So when I install any Linux distribution, I spend more time deploading it than installing it. Because I don't like LibreOffice, I don't like Firefox, there's a lot of pre-installed programs I don't like. But I have to install it to uninstall them. Where if I ran Arch Linux, I just chose what I want from the beginning, and I can see the alert for that, but Arch Linux on top of letting you adding stuff to it requires more maintenance than Ubuntu, Debian, SUSE, and stuff like that. And I don't want to maintain Linux. I have this saying, I don't want to work for my OS anymore. I don't want to become my own system administrator just to fucking open up Paint. I want the OS to do the work an OS should do. I don't get paid to be a system administrator for Linux at home. But it is a good teaching tool, I guess, to some degree. You know? Most Linux users, YouTubers, sorry, not users, really don't know what they are doing. They know what they're doing, but they overestimate their knowledge. So the word plot is undesirable software for one person, but that same plot could be desirable software for another person. So I install a lot of Windows machines. Not at once, but like over a year, I install quite a few Linux machines or Windows machines. And I used to remove Teams from them. I was like, nobody wants Teams. Nobody wants Teams. So away with that shit. And then everyone came, where's Teams, where's Teams, where's Teams, where's Teams, where's Teams, where's Teams, where's Teams. So now I just leave Teams be. I also leave Spotify be. I also leave a lot of pre-installed Windows apps because people actually fucking use them. I don't use them, but they do. So Windows have done a really good job at pre-installing the software most people actually are using. That don't mean that you have to use it. And for you, yes, it may be plot. But for every one of you that see Teams as plot, there are businesses with thousands of employees that don't see it that way. Yeah, plot means software you don't need. Exactly. So And this is again what we talked about in the beginning, is that humans have this unique ability to really not being able to understand that we are not the same. And what works for me may not work for you. Just because I can do it don't mean you can do it. This is why you should never just blindly recommend anything to anyone just because you like it. I have this really good test you can do. If you ask a Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever fanboy nerd you come across. Well, Firefox has been blowed for me ever since 2015 or something like that. But anyway, if you ask for help and advice when it comes to software and operating systems, and the person you ask don't say the following, okay? If they don't say, how is your, let's say you're thinking about Linux. If they don't be like, okay, what software do you use? Is there any software that you use that you have to use? Not alternative, but is there any piece of software in your day-to-day life that you have to use? Let me know. Is there anything you would like to use with Linux? Peripherals, software, equipment. What do you expect to be working on said machine? If they ask you that, you listen to them, because then they're actually interested in what works for you and not for them. Versus you come up and say, hey, I want to use Linux, and yep, this is the distribution you use, this is the alternatives you use, blah, 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 blah. Those people are not interested in you using Linux and having a good experience. They're just interested in confirming their own choices of Linux. Because this, just like the Linux or Windows is not for everyone, Mac is not for everyone, Linux is not for everyone. And not everyone can use Linux. Not everyone should be using Linux. GIMP, oh fucking, don't get me started on GIMP, yeah. The second the person don't ask you questions when you want to change anything in your life. Let's say you're driving a Ford and you go into, and this is a really good example because I'm a mechanic, so I know they don't do this. If you let's say you go into a Chevy dealership and you're a Ford guy, listen to how they are talking to you. They're sitting and talking about all of the reasons why you should buy a Chevy. All of the reasons why you should buy a Chevy. They don't ask you, why do you want a Chevy? What's wrong with Ford? What makes you consider Chevy? The good salespeople will. Because then they understand where your mindset are. And then they can utilize that. Oh, you don't like the service agreement. Give me 5 minutes. Then you go in and talk to your boss and say, you know what? I can land a deal with this fucking guy over here. Can you give him like a deal for the first like 3 or 4 services? So we get him hooked into Chevy. And yeah, give him 5% off so it's cheaper than Ford to get his car serviced for the first 2 or 3 years. And then he go back, oh yeah, Ford is so expensive. But you know what? If you buy a Chevy today, you get 10% or 5% off the next 3 or 4 services at our dealership. You see where I'm coming at here. But a lot of Linux users, they don't ask you why you want to use Linux. They're telling you to use Linux. FOSS people don't ask you why you would like to use it. They are telling you should use it. So they don't give a fuck about you. They only care about themselves. Because if I'm telling you to do something, the only person that's going to benefit from it is me. I converted you. It makes my dopamine rise because my choices I made must be right because you made the exact same fucking choices. Never take advice from people that are telling you what to do. You have to take advice from people that are asking you questions. And this is for everything in life. I want to change major. Why? I want to change job. Why? I want to try... Hey, fuck it. I want to suck a dick tonight. Why? Heck, I want to be fucked by a cow. Why? You get what I'm coming at here? People that ask you the why means that they're actually interested in why you want to get rammed by a fucking horse tonight. You know what I'm coming at here? But people that are like, yeah, go bend over and let that fucking horse just ram the fuck ass out of you. Don't listen to them. Did you see the convo with the guy trying to force sleep at your office? Yeah. So I have a confession to make. And it's going to you're not going to like it. Yeah, it's a sad confession. I'm a sad boy now. I almost watch no fucking Linux content. I almost read no Linux-related anything on any place anymore. Because that world is crazy. I don't mind using Linux. I don't mind using FOSS software. I don't mind helping people with it. I just don't want to engage with anything that has to do with the community other than that. Because they are bad fucking shit crazy. I have never seen a group of people act the way that Linux and FOSS users act, unless it was a religion, a party membership, or a cult. And here's the thing. Do you want to live an easy and convenient life? Or do you want to be angry and be in a war 24/7? I don't want that. If it means I have to spend money on a monopoly fucking company for me to have a more convenient life, fuck it, I'm doing it. Nothing I do will change that anyway. The terminal is actually not better for any task. Unless you don't have a GUI. There's a reason why the collective computer users, experts from newbies, went away from the terminal in the 80s. That's how long ago the terminal was the standard. Even in... Let me put it this way. When you install Windows as a server headless, you're still getting a GUI. And here's the thing. Your terminal is a GUI. So if you look at the name, it's called a terminal emulator. It's emulating a terminal. It's not really a terminal. It's a program that acts and emulates a terminal. And you have to go way back into history to understand what a terminal really is. And I don't know if I want to go into this because it's super fucking boring, but more or less, before we had the computers that we have right now, there were big servers basically. And the only way you could interact with them was via text-based machine, basically a monitor and a keyboard that was connected to it. And you type things into it. It was a terminal into the server. Like, I'm super simplifying it and all that fucking shit. That is what a terminal really is. And they used it back in the day because that was the only thing they had. Their system was not... They couldn't even play Pong in the beginning. And Pong is like well, it's a... I did see it, but I don't have to respond to everything you say. So that's another problem I have with Linux users, is the copy-paste mentality that they have. You don't copy-paste a command you don't understand. Because then you don't know what to do when it fucks up. Oh yeah, there's an option to use Windows as a server without a GUI, yeah. But there's still a GUI. It basically just boots up a super minimum Windows shell with the Windows command or Windows prompt or PowerShell running on top of it, basically. But you can SSH into it. You can remote into it using other machines. This is like if you were sitting in front of the machine and you boot it up into non-Windows mode. You're still basically running a Windows shell in the back. It's just a super slimmed down version of Windows. But like I said, you can remote into it with tools, so you actually go directly into the underlying layer, just like you do under Linux. You feel like Linux is only for hobbyists and developers. I will not even say Linux is for developers. Here's the thing: you gain no benefit of developing on any platform than another. The only benefits you get for developing on Windows is if you're developing for Windows. The only benefit you get for developing on Mac is if you're developing for Mac. The only benefit you're getting for developing on Linux is if you're developing for Linux. Because then you don't have to speed up or spool up or run a virtual machine with the operating system that you are targeting, or have a separate machine to test out your program. You can do that natively. It makes, yeah, but even Python, Java, C, you have if there are specific things that are, well, a lot of things, by the way, that are done differently depending on what OS you're running. You have to use different commands. So let's say you want to make in Java, you want to make a program that do one task on Windows, Mac, and Linux. You now have to make in a condition check before the code runs that say, if OS equals Windows, run this command. If OS equals Linux, run this command. If OS equals Mac OS, run this command. No, nothing is OS agnostic, but they can run on any OS because they run via interpreters and stuff like that. But if you're communicating with the OS on an OS level, you have to run OS-specific commands. You can't get away, like, you can't go on Windows and do this. Let me make a new one. Do this. This is a folder. Do. That will never work on Windows. But it will work on Mac and Linux. If you're talking to the OS, you have to use OS-specific commands. What Java, Python does is just make it easier, so you don't need like a exe file, you don't need a .bin file, you don't need like whatever it is. It just makes it you have one file you run on any system. But in that file, you need condition checks that actually see what OS you're running on. So it knows what commands to run for each OS. There's nothing I like more than watching Linux developers, or in quotes Linux developers, sitting there and be like, yeah, I develop on Linux, and then they do all their fucking crazy shit in Vim and whatnot, and then they boot up a virtual machine with Windows to test their program. So that means that they have to locally compile the program or whatever they fucking are doing, go into their Windows machine, access the program, or either transfer it over to a NAS or have a folder where they share the folder between the VM and the host system, run the software, and oh shit, there's a race condition. Let's go out again. Let's go into Linux, fix some things. Let's go back into the virtual machine. Let's write the program again. Let's run it in the virtual machine. Oh, there's an I/O exception. Oh, let's go back into Linux. And you see all of this fucking, like, running back. Instead of just, if you're developing for Windows, develop on a Windows machine. It makes your life so much easier. But a lot of developers, they like, oh, no, I want to develop, or not a lot, but some, I want to develop on Linux because, blah. Like, the only thing you're doing on Linux is you're developing it on Linux. But you're testing and Q&Aing it on Windows. Why not just fucking stay on Windows then? Well, proprietary software, this and that. Who gives a fuck? Find another job then. Just, if you don't like working with Windows, see if you can find a Linux job. You probably can't, because you're not that well versed in Linux as you think you are. What is my opinion of Linux itself besides the community? It's a tool. It's not, Linux is nothing more than a screwdriver. And now I just offended a lot of Linux users that live and breathe Linux. But no, it's a tool. And if you like learning new tools or have new skills in your tool set, because it is a skill set, it's amazing. The more you know, the easier it is for you to get a job, you know. And there's a lot of things Linux just do amazing, like containerizing and, you know, Docker and stuff like that. So if you're working in that part of the tech industry, learning and understanding the basic of Linux will give you a heads up, you know, or give you an advantage over people that don't know about those things. But it makes no sense if you get a job in a Windows-based company and on day one, you are like, we all should use Linux. Or you're demanding to develop your Windows application on a Linux machine. There is no easier way to lose your job. Because they don't give a fuck. All you're going to be is becoming an irritation. You're becoming the vegan friend that always sits while you're at dinner and yelling and screaming at you for getting a super nice, medium rare fucking steak, man. Juicy motherfucker, so amazing. But they will yell and scream at you for hours and days because you're eating that delicious steak. That's who you are for other tech people. Even your computer is a tool. Like, it's, you know... Yeah, you should use the tool than make your job easier. Oh, I really could use a monster right now, to be honest. I do like Monster Sugar Freeze the most, to be honest, yeah. But yeah, like, I see so many Linux users that want to shoehorn Linux into their everyday life just because, bro, it's Linux. Who gives a fuck? Your boss and your co-workers don't give a fuck what OS you're developing on. They do care about how good you are at your job and how efficient you are at your job. And if your efficiency takes a big hit because you just did like a fucking Arch Linux update and now half of your system is broken, and while your other co-workers are actually developing, you're fixing your developing machine, you may not have a job for a long time. Hardware is a tool. You know. It's... IT computing is done, is not done, but have a place in society is probably the right word. Where it's here to help aid humanity. What do humanity use that helps and aid them? Tools. Yeah, that Linux can be like, let's say you are bored, you need a hobby. Linux is amazing for that. It can help you keep your mind sharp. It can help you do a lot of things, you know. Yeah, so the war between blue, red, and green is not so much hardware related. So the war between Intel, Nvidia, and AMD is more rooted in corporatism, if that's a word, corporationism, value for money, and tribalism. Because what the most debates is like, oh, this has a higher price per performance ratio, or sorry, I get more for my money, or I don't need that much horsepower, so therefore I go with this, or this is more power efficient, or This has software features that others don't have that I like. So a lot of people like ray tracing, some people don't. So they're like, why should I pay extra money to get ray tracing or be on the forefront of ray tracing with NVIDIA when I really don't care about it? And I can save money buying AMD. Rarely is the debate between Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA about the quality of the components. It is there somewhat, but it's not the most important thing. Also, how it's built, what components they are using, what PCB they're using, what capacitors they're using. Heck, NVIDIA, AMD use different manufacturers or have done it over the many years they've existed to build their components, like the GPU. The debate has never been about, oh, is this like a Samsung's GPU or FAT, what the fuck the other one is called? I can't remember the other one. TCMC, yeah. That's never the debate. Most of the debate in the hardware world is money-based or tribal-based. So I bought this card or I bought this CPU, so I'm defending my purchase. They rarely sit and debate the component itself, unless there is a manufacturer flaw, or NVIDIA's trying to sell you an underpowered graphic card for twice the money as they did the last time. You know, then they will go into it's like, nobody should buy an 8 GB graphic card today. That's a technical debate they will go into, but that's as far as it goes. You know, there are people who claim, well, yeah, Scooby, I've seen that. They are fucking mental, man. Yeah, GTR 7, 6, 8, what the fuck it is. People are really not that, and this is again what I'm trying to tell people is that most, in quote, tech people that regard themselves as tech people are not really that techy. They don't know much more than the average person, like we looked at the bell curve in the beginning. They just know more than the average person, but they don't, like, here's the thing. If you can install any operating system, heck, if you can install Microsoft Office or LibreOffice, you know more than the average tech person. Like, the barrier to know more than the average tech, when I say tech person, the average person that use technology. To know more than the average person that use technology, the requirement is super low. And that is why we get a lot of people that has an overinflated ego about it. Also because their mom, their dad, their friends tell them how smart they are because they can install Windows or whatever the fuck it is. It's not just tech influencers, it's also just like nerds in general. Nerds in general, my friend, is the problem. Because society say nerds are smart and blah, blah, blah. Their friends tell them they are smart. Their mom tells them they are smart. And then they meet someone that actually know what the fuck they're talking about. And to not lose faith, they start to attack said person with ideas and blah, 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 instead of actually knowledge. Tech culture, any culture is about egos for the most part. Yeah, Scooby. Most people are not expert. Like I said, most people. I will bet my hairy ass that there are no Linux expert watching this video right now, me included. That none of us could go up to a company where they will be like, yes, I'm definitely paying you $500 or $1,000 for a consulting job. That's when you know you're an expert, when you can say, you want my opinion? Give me like $500 or $300 or $400. I don't know what, the rate is for expert advice nowadays. But it's super expensive. That don't mean we can't do it, we can't work in tech, we can't, know about it. It just means that we're just like Bob that sits in the corner, doing his Visual Basic coding from the 80s. We're no more smart than he is. He just like Visual Basic or Fortran. And we like whatever we like. And especially in the Linux world, there is a massive overinflated ego. Definitely. Which is sad. And it comes from that Linux is unique in a way that people still think Linux is hard. It's not. Linux is not difficult if you can read and understand English or whatever language that it's been translated into that X, Y, and Z you want to do. Yeah. SUSE is their corporate side of OpenSUSE. It's like Red Hat. SUSE is basically just a German Red Hat. It's super popular over here in the EU. Like, I'm heavily debating. I have a lot of videos I've made that's more tech related. The next one that's coming out, I haven't really found the title for it, but I'm basically showing how easy it is to put bad code into open source software. So that means like how easy is it to hide telemetry in open source software. And also I'm showcasing that proprietary software don't mean bad software. I just need to find an article. Or not an article, a title that makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry for that. Don't watch them that long, man. It's not good for your health. EU is not that much better, dude. Yeah, the package manager can be a bit slow on SUSE, yeah. Most things in life are not difficult, they're just different. And most people don't do well with different. I'm playing with my new knife. I should stop doing that. I'm probably just fucking hurting myself in a bit. But yeah, I got new hardware. I got a Elgato Wave XLR, what the fuck it's called. So hopefully the sound quality should be way better than the crappy one I bought for like $100. Not even $100. $50 or something like that. And I got a Elgato Facecam Mark II or what the fuck it's called. I would love, because we have Burger King in Denmark, I would love to try American Burger King because they say it's totally different. Like, it's like Burger King in Denmark, apparently it's like super small and not that well made. And I do like Dolphin as a file manager, yeah. I used to run Leap as a server, like a file server and stuff like that. I don't like Windows File Manager, to be honest. I can deal with it, but I actually like any other Linux File Manager or Mac File Manager. Family Guy. Yeah, I need to lose some weight, man. I actually want to go for a walk, like a 5K walk tomorrow. Oh, Waffle House, yeah. Stop, I'm getting hungry again. I had spare ribs today. Yeah, I got the American spare ribs today. Oh, well, the Danish version, I guess, of American spare ribs. Yeah, but Burger King in Denmark is like 20% more expensive than McDonald's. I have not had the flashbanging. Like I haven't had any issues with Windows File Manager. I just think it's too cluttered. Again, the complexity, versus simplicity. So the GNOME File Manager on Nutalis is, in my opinion, way better. The macOS File Manager files are way better. Yeah. American food is overprocessed. Yeah. But I just want to try it once before I keel under and need to be put in the ground. You know. And I will definitely, like, I would love if I could get more people to use macOS. To chill out here a little bit. Should we make a new poll? So I know this is not like... so there are still 26% that don't want longer weekends. Are you guys heathens or what the fuck is going on? Let me make a new poll. There you go. And when I mean macOS, that's just pretend macOS ran on your Windows machine. Like, it's not Mac hardware, but Mac OS in of itself. So, like, Mac OS became like Linux. You could run it on anything. If you get what I'm coming at here. Macs are not expensive. I talked about this in the beginning. For what specs you get for a Mac, if you want the same specs for a Windows machine, in a lot of instances, you're going to pay the same or more. Yeah, the games works also. Oh, good luck with the exam. Good luck with it. Yeah. Mac actually plays a lot of games now, believe it or not. But yeah, like the Mac hardware is... Here's a kicker for you. A same spec HP, Dell, or Lenovo cost about the same or more than a Mac. If you want the same power and performance and hardware, so that means the same speeds hard drive or SSD, the same performance for the CPU, the same performance for the TPU, the same screen quality. Lenovo is more expensive than Mac. HP and Dell is either the same or more expensive, depending on how you're going it. And that's not talking about battery life. And hardware support, or not hardware, software support and stuff like that. Yeah, so Mac has their own version of Proton, or what the fuck you will call it. I think they call it, Lema can remember this. They call it Game... What the fuck are they calling it? Game something? Game... I can't remember it. I think Lema can remember it. But it's basically just Proton for Mac. It's not like they took Valve's Proton, but it's their envision of what Proton would be if it was running on Mac. But Macs are definitely not a gaming machine. Don't buy a Mac to game. But look at it like this. For the price it will cost me to buy not a laptop, but a computer that had the same horsepower as a PlayStation 5 and or Xbox Series X, it is still cheaper to buy a PlayStation 5 Slim Edition and a Mac Mini than building the gaming computer. And it's because of the graphic card prices nowadays. Back in the day when graphic card prices were super cheap compared to today, you could actually build a gaming computer that beat a console for less money. Apple GamePort Toolkit, that's the one. Thank you, Max. Nowadays, you just can't. My graphic card I have right now on my gaming computer is more expensive than my PlayStation 5, and it's still... I would say it's comparable with how the games look and function and stuff like that. for 1440p gaming. That's just the graphic card. That's not the SSDs, motherboard, case, RAM, CPU. That's just the graphic card. The graphic PSP or power supply, PSU, cooler. It's just the graphic card. A graphic cards are comparable with a PlayStation 5, cost more money than a PlayStation 5. Oh, they know it, Max. They know it. They almost every PC Master Race YouTube out, they are angry out of their mind, rightfully so. There are so many videos where they compare hardware prices today versus just 5-10 years ago. And honestly, it's fucking crazy, man. You know. But the one of the reasons why hardware is expensive is also a thing that a lot of people tend to forget, is that it's not selling so good anymore. More and more people don't want to build their own PCs anymore. They are becoming consumers when it comes to technology. They just want something. When it don't work anymore, give it away, throw it away, and buy something new. The day where people want to upgrade their laptops, their computers, is long gone. So I live in a city where we have about 35, maybe 40,000 people living here. Okay? When I was a teenager, we had 5 or 6 computer repair stores in this city. From 2010 till now, we had 1. Maybe 2, but 1. 1 to 2. All the other went under. We used to have 3 or 4 computer stores. We have 1. 1. So it makes sense. Like, if you want to make it makes sense. It's bad for us. Like, it costs a certain amount of money to build a product. If there's not that many people to buy that product, the individual price has to be more expensive. So that's one of the reasons why it's a little bit more expensive. The quality control that Nvidia is suffering from and overpricing is another issue. But it's part of the issue is that most people just don't want to upgrade anymore, man. But here's the thing. The only people that really care about FPSs are competitive gamers. If you could save 50% and you will get a less, like, let's say you save 50%, but you're losing 30% performance. You're okay with saving 50% of the money. When you're gaming, let's say 120 frames per second, you won't notice much difference between that 144 and 108 frames per second. When you're gaming and you're high to ultra to max, even medium to high, after like half an hour, you won't notice it anyway. But if you're stopping and you're looking at, let's say, the landscape, and you're looking out there and be like, oh, this looks amazing, that's when you notice the fidelity and stuff like that. And in a lot of games, anything over 60 is kind of okay. Like, if it's like slow-paced games, you don't really... Like, if you're doing Farming Simulator or Euro Truck Simulator, you don't really need that much. If you're playing shooting games, 120 is kind of the sweet spot. Most people can't see a difference between 60 and 120. Like, a noticeable difference. But most people can see between 120 and up. But it do matters in certain, like, if you're like a competitive gamer, you will noticing it. But most average people will not notice 120 versus 144. The average person will not notice that. But 60 to 120, yeah. Plus manufacturers, developers monopolize hardware and software support for their own... Yep, Scooby. That's true. You're right. So I have a monitor that can do 175 hertz per, FPS, basically. I in quotes, underclocked it to 120. And I was like, oh my god, I can feel... I didn't notice one fucking bit. After a while, I stopped noticing I was running 120. It was only because I knew I was not running 144, 175, that I was like, oh, this is bad. Now there's no problem. And 60 FPS, I will not say it's good. It's the 60 FPS is the minimum nowadays. 30 is too low. Yeah. You know, 60 is the minimum. You can get a really good gaming experience with anything 60 and up. You know. Of course, the more you can get up to 120, it will just make it even better for you. But you can definitely get a really, really good gaming experience in 60 FPS. And again, it also depends on what game. If you're playing a really, really high-speed game, you won't stop and noticing the shadow quality and you know, like when you're playing CSGO, you don't stop in the middle of the fucking game and admiring the detail of the fucking box that's sitting in the corner or the graffiti on the wall. You'll get shot in the head, you know. But if you're playing an open world survival game that's super slow and you're running around gathering herbs because you're building your healing potion, you will notice the fidelity of the crown and stuff that way more. But those games are also so much better played at 60 FPS or even 30 FPS. You know. Oh, yeah. 3090, yeah. So I don't mind AI upscaling if it works. And frame generation if it works. The problem is that it kinda works now. But if it works and you don't see any noticeable problems or difference with it, it's okay, it's fine, I don't mind it. The problem is that they're trying to sell you a card that can do 4K 60, but you have to use, performance upscaling that makes it look like you fucking puked on your screen. That's the problem I have. But if they're using AI upscaling to get 4K 60, and it looks like 4K 60 natively, that's amazing. That just means less of, you get what I'm coming at here. Cutscene, I don't care what... I honestly don't give a fuck about cutscenes if they're kept or not. But yeah, if they can get the same quality with AI upscaling and frame generation as natively, I have no problem. Yeah, they need to run 30 or 60 as you get up. Yeah. With lawless scaling, I can go from 60 to... Yeah, that's amazing. Welcome back, Lamer. Oh, that reminds me. I bought Final Fantasy 1 to 7 in a bundle, like that's pixel remastered. I'm thinking about making a playthrough of it at one point. I also got Doom 1 plus 2 with all the DLCs and stuff like that. I never played Final Fantasy, like the old Final Fantasies. I got addicted to it over the weekend, the last week. Like, I have no... Like, I never had a Nintendo system. I knew someone had Nintendo when I was a kid, but they were playing Mario and stuff like that. So the only Final Fantasy I played is the MMO and... one or two of the newer ones. I never tried the OGs. Yeah, Tactics I never tried either, yeah. But on PlayStation I could get the pixel remastered 1 to 7, I think it is. 14. I didn't try 11. 14. The one that's still running around. I don't know if 11 is still around. 14. A Realm Reborn. It's one of my favorite... overall fucking MMOs. But yeah, Yeah, so I'm playing the first one right now. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I find it super funny. It took me 3 hours to figure out I had to fucking give my mages, I had to buy spells for them. It was like, the melee content is really bad. You have to buy spells for. Oh fuck. Okay. Hey, Pix. Hey, X-ray. I honestly don't understand why people are so angry over people using OSs, or what OS they're using. I really don't. I think I have X2 somewhere. Actually, I can tell you what kind of Final Fantasy I have. I can just look at my Steam database. And of course, Steam is closed down Steam. Let's open it up then. You can't see it on my Ubuntu. It's not in my. I don't have it installed there. Library home. So I have. Those are the ones I have. Those are the ones I played. It is hard to leave some. It's always hard to leave something that you're comfortable with. I don't mind RGB. Again, whatever floats your boat. Yeah, it is always difficult to go away from what it's like. Heck, it's difficult to move apartment if you're comfortable where you are. You know, it's difficult to stop shopping at a shop that you're comfortable shopping with. You know, but sometimes you have to kinda. The good thing about the Mac's thing is that, let's say you buy a Apple product and you don't like it, it's holding its value super well. So you will get most of your money back if you sell it right away. Heck, even Apple has like 30 or 60 days guarantee where you can just return it after 30 days. It takes some time to get used to where the close minimize button is. Oh, 8.1. God. I don't know anyone that likes 8.1. Don't because Ubuntu used to have the Mac layout with the buttons for a long time before they removed it. By the way, Anton, all that food you showed a picture of, did you eat all of that? It was like food for a whole fucking family. The burgers did look nice though. I think System D is needed for Steam though. A lot of things are requiring System D nowadays, sadly enough. But I would not run Linux on well, Artix. I don't know. I have like mixed feeling with that distribution. Okay, so OpenRC works fine. At one point, it didn't work with Steam, apparently. I was watching someone's live stream, and he tried to play a game, and he couldn't get them any games to play on the Steam, and they found out it's because he was not using System D. But again, this is like a few years ago now, so they could have fixed it. A lot of people have problem with System D. You ate the pizza or the chocolate, and the chips were really good too also. So, Anton, why do you want to go back to Sweden? Because I do like Norway quite a lot. Other than Norway is super expensive, but what is it about it you don't like? Yeah, a lot of people don't like System D because it don't follow the Unix design principles, but the Linux kernel don't follow the Unix design principles either, so... Okay, work is boring as fuck and you miss your family. Okay, so it's not like the place you live or the environment and the climate and stuff like that. I get it. That makes sense, yeah. So again, another question. Is it more expensive for you to live in Norway than in Sweden? So just for like your everyday, like food, toilet paper, your random porn magazine, your loop, you know, uh, yeah, Lema, that's the stream I was thinking about. Yeah, but I have family in Sweden and know people in Sweden, and I've been to Norway, and I just don't, you know which one is more expensive. Oh, they pay for everything? So you basically just use the company business card for everything. Like, let's say you want a fucking beer and Pepsi. They pay for that? And how can I get that job, by the way? Yeah, the whole of Scandinavia is expensive, but Denmark seems to be the less expensive of all of them, even though we are creeping up there, to be honest. But I always wondered which one, like Norway versus Sweden, which one was the most expensive one. Because when I worked in Norway for a week, I was doing a job up there for the company I worked for at the time. They just have a lot of great food in Norway that we don't have here in Denmark. That chocolate was amazing in Norway. The home, travel expenses, food, toilet paper you pay for. But you are like a welder, right? You go around and weld shit. I never got into Pokemon or the Souls games. I think I have Dark Souls 2, I think. Yeah, Vivaldi is from Norway. I use Vivaldi a lot now. Welder Mechanics, there you go. So is that for boats or is it buildings? Or machinery, you get what I'm coming at. What are you saying? Norway is 27% more expensive than Sweden. Oh, got ya. Oh, pumps for ships, got ya. It's not like I want to dox you, I'm just really into... Because... So, for a lot of people that don't understand this, there is a lot of work transference, I think is the word, between Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. So a lot of people will go from Denmark to Norway and work because they make more money up there, and then they will not pay taxes, but pay Danish taxes, so that's how they make a lot of money. The same with Swedish people work in Denmark or Norway, or Danish, Norwegian people work in Denmark and Sweden. So we have this, like, it's a weird thing, But you see a lot of people moving around between Norway, Sweden, and Denmark that then don't live in those countries, but they get a lot of tax benefits because they are technically living in one country and working in another one. So that gives them a lot of tax benefits that makes it super desirable. But it also means that they're working 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks and home 2 weeks, working another 4, 5, 6 weeks and home 2 weeks. So they work like 12 hours a day and stuff like that most of the time. It's really it's not for the faint of heart. Like you really shouldn't like to work basically. But yeah, there's a lot of moving between those 3 countries here in Scandinavia. And then here in Denmark, we get a lot of Polish people for the same reason, because we are like 10 hours away from Poland in a car. I could not live in Norway. Oh, I do like the Ford Focus. Yeah, I don't like Norway. I don't mind visiting Norway, but I would not like living there. It's just too cold. The same with Sweden. The only place in Sweden I would like to live is Malmö, but it's more expensive than Denmark. So why would I? I'm tired of winters. I'm tired of cold weather. It's not as fun as people think it is. When people start to turn on canonical, yeah, in Malmö, yeah, because that's Danish climate, but it's still, Yeah, I would love to try Georgia in the US, yeah. Actually, I don't like US at the moment. The citizens and the politicians are just really fucking weird. Oh, when did people start hating canonical? X-Ray OS, you're kind of right, yeah. Like, we do have here's the thing. This is why it's so hard to move away from Denmark. The weather is okay. It's not super hot in the summers, it's not super cold in the winters. Yes, we do pay a lot of taxes, but we also have a shit ton of benefits. A massive amount of benefits. And, you really, really have to fuck up to worry about not being able to pay your rent money. And if you are living in a place that's too expensive, they will even help you to find a cheaper place and help pay for the moving so you can live. So let's say you have a big house and you're used to a big salary and now you have to go on benefits and you can't sustain that. They will do anything they can to get you into a smaller place to live so you can actually live. But on the other hand, Denmark is also super limited. This is going to sound bad, but think about Denmark as a retirement home. Yeah, Denmark is also more expensive than Germany, yeah. You are comfortable, you don't have to think about anything, you're not overworking yourself, you have a great quality of life, but it's boring as fuck. We don't have any, we have, any nature is great, but go to Norway, take the fucking plane for an hour, 2 hours, and go to Norway, and you will be, mountains every fucking where, the same in Sweden, Go down to Germany, and you don't have to drive much down to Germany before you start to see a more landscape, So, hiking and all of that fucking shit is just boring in Denmark. Everything in Denmark becomes boring. But it's stable. Even the weather is boring. It's either okay, rainy, or cold. That's boring. Because it's typically never so cold. And if it is so cold that you're freezing your tits off, it's only for maybe a month. And if it's so hot that you are melting your fucking balls off, it may only be for a month or two. Then it's back to normal again. So you never really get into this survival aspect of, like where you feel like, oh my god, this is like, when it rains, it rains, but it's not like in London or in Indonesia where it fucking is like a floodgate are opening from the sky and God is peeing on us. It's just, it's rain. When it's snowing, it's not like we're getting like 10 meters of snow. It's just, we get maybe half a meter of snow or something like that. So it's like everything is boring. It's just enough to be an irritation or to make your life feel a little bit exciting. Just for a split second, and then it's just back to normal again. And for a lot of people, that's super comfortable. You don't have to worry about going outside and getting fucking frozen to death or heat strokes all the time, even though it can happen, but it's a rare thing, Natural catastrophes are super rare in Denmark, in any way, shape, or form. The worst winds we have here, if you go just anywhere in the fucking world, they will laugh at us to complain about it. Like, fucking pussies. You call that wind? Then they're like, stand outside right now and you get like thrown into a fucking tree or something like that. But Denmark is in this little unique spot where it's protected by Germany, Poland, Sweden, Norway. They take the brunt of the bad weather before it can come to us. It's only if you're on the west coast you get a little bit of that excitement weather. But then Danish people start to complain because it's not cozy enough. It's too much. Danish people start to complain if it's just like 1 degree fucking difference between us yesterday. Because we don't have anything to complain about. Everything is good. And that's the thing. The better you have it, the more you bitch and moan about things that don't matter. Because you don't have anything to fight for or bitch and moan about. And it's not just in Denmark, but mostly in Denmark, but Scandinavia, we have a lot of those issues. Equality is more or less that, equal rights is a thing. Like, it looks like it's a dream place to live. But then it's just like, every Wednesday is just like any fucking other day. The biggest difference is like, the weather. That's why Danish people love to talk about the weather. We made it an art to talk about the weather. If we meet someone and we don't know what to talk about, we can talk about the weather for 2 hours. Just random people we don't know. At least we can talk about the weather. So that's what I mean with Denmark. It's a little bit like a retirement home. You are so comfortable that you start to just go idle. And we as people are not meant to stay in idle mode. We need hardship. We need... the McDonald's prices are getting crazy high over here, by the way, also. Yeah, but humans need a little bit on adversity, I think is the word that you're looking for. Look at it this way. In a day, no matter where I live in Denmark, I can go from one end of Denmark to the other end and be home again. Within like 8 hours. So where I live in the most southern part of Denmark, if I want to drive to the most northern part of Denmark, it will take me about 4 or 5 hours. 4.5, 5 hours. Then I'm at the northern tip of Denmark. So we don't even have that, like in Norway and Sweden, it would take probably a day or two to go from one end to the other end, like in the longest part. So we don't even have that, that distance thing. No matter where your family members live, the only real problem here is how long do you want to sit in a car. So if I want to my family members live in another place in Denmark, on another island, or on an island in Denmark, it will take me 2.5 hours on train to visit them. If I say that to an American, why you not visit them all the time? It's like 2.5 hours is nothing, It's nothing. Like, if I want to visit my fucking family members, it's like a week trip, I'm like, yeah, but it's... Then the Danish mentality comes, yeah, I have to sit on the train for 2.5 hours. It's boring as fuck. It's only 2.5... If you knew how many people that wish they had 2.5 hours on trains with their loved ones or their family members, you get the idea. It's like 1.5 hour in a car or something like that. 2 hours in a car, depending on how you're driving. Like, in Denmark, you're not really apart, even though you are apart. But we make it like... This is the stupid thing is, like, where I live, we look at people living in the north like fucking they were living in Norway or they were living in Antarctica. Where in reality, they are no more than 5 hours away from us. That's what I mean. Like, we can bitch and moan about anything in Denmark because everything is so easy and convenient. Our trains even fucking is somewhat stable. And it's not even that expensive to drive them if you order ahead. You know, you book your ticket ahead, like a few weeks ahead. Or even a week ahead. But that's what I mean. It's so comfortable. It's just too comfortable. Or it's... And because it's that comfortable, it's too expensive. Everything is expensive here. It's not like in Canada, in the States, or Asia, where you can live in a city and then 30 minutes in a car, you are in a rainforest kind of scenario. No. The landscape is the same if you drive 2, 3, or 4 hours away from where I live. It's flat. It's just like, yeah, you can see a grasshopper have sex in 2 miles distance. It's just flat. That don't mean that it's ugly. It's just boring. You know. Like junk food in Europe and Scandinavia has become a little bit like a luxury item. Yeah. Oh, Chris Tide, I despise that human. Water pounder is so fucking good. Oh, they taste like garbage. What have they done? I'm not calling it a utopia. It's just boring. Most people love Denmark. Most people that come from outside of Denmark love Denmark. And Sweden and Norway, for that matter. But I think... I think it's like... I think Denmark, Norway, and Sweden is like candy. It's great in small amounts. But you would not like it if that was your only fucking things, you know. Or I really, really want to try Five Guys, yeah. No, I don't want to talk about Chris Tycek because he's a reminder of everything that's wrong with the whole Linux world. Him and DistroTube and all those other eggheads. Crackers, I don't know. You know. Yeah, I think Twix Pix, I think it's kind of the same here in Denmark also almost now that it's definitely cheaper to make your food at home than ordering it out, yeah. Versus going to Asia and Japan over there where it's actually cheaper to buy out than ordering, or than making it your own. So here's the thing, Scooby. I don't want to live in America anymore. I don't like what America has become as a nation. They feel a lot like the Roman Empire right before it fell. Right before it collapsed. So a lot of entitled, lazy, bickering, infighting bullshit. I don't like that. What I really, really would love to is I would love to move to Malaysia, the Philippines, or even Japan, and be an expat, like work for a Danish or European company, but live over there. So remote working. But there was a point in which Chris and Derek started to talk too much bullshit on. Yeah, they do that a lot. Yeah. In Ukraine, it's not allowed. Oh yeah, I think I know why. No, it's not that it's too imperialism. It's just like everything in the States has become about a fight. You're either this or that. You're either aligned with this or that. You're either part of this or that. And again, hashtag not all, but it's just like the generalized, like the overall feeling that I get from it. Everything over there is a fight. Vogue, anti-Vogue. Pro this, anti this. You know. And it started to creep into EU also. Yeah, internal fighting every day. And it's starting to become a massive problem here in EU and the UK also. Like, it started to become as bad here in Denmark and Norway and Sweden and Europe. And it's just fighting for the sake of fighting. I will honestly say that America is definitely not the best country to live in. Just statistically, it's one of the worst countries to live in if you have any elements. It's one of the worst countries when it comes to infrastructure. It's one of the worst countries when it comes to education. It's one of the worst countries with healthcare. It's one of the worst countries when it comes to, did I say education? It's also one of the most surveilled countries on Earth. I think it's only Britain that are succeeding it in surveilling the population. It's also one of the most restricted countries on Earth. You may not pay that many taxes, but the government are more have their fingers in more everyday day-to-day life things than in most other countries. So, but if you look at, like, let's say America from in the 80s, 70s, 60s, that was a different country. Even in the 90s, I would say America was still great. That America, I would agree, would be the best place to live. But you can get so much better quality of life, security, living in almost any other Asian country. I follow an American that live in Japan. He went to London for a trip and he got his passport and his phone stolen. In the 12 or 15 years he's lived in Japan, he has got nothing stolen. And they don't lock their bikes or anything like that. The respect for other people, and again, this is not just, the States, this is also Europe, by the way. Us in the West, so to speak, we have lost the respect for other people, other people's property. It's all about ourselves. Oh, dude, it's not just a London problem. It's the UK as a whole, or Britain, or whatever the fuck. It's a shit show. You can't even do it. It would have happened in Denmark. Trust me, it would have happened in Denmark. It would have happened in Sweden. If they see an easy target, they will take it. It's not consumerism. It's just the whole. People have gotten more selfish, entitled. It's all about me. And I am the most unique, important person on Earth. And again, it's really prominent in the States, but it's also really starting to creep really in over here in the Western world. You know. Yeah, but again, now you're doing the thing. This happened to me, so it happens to... Like I said, look at the statistics. There are probably more foreigners getting murdered in the States than in the Philippines. Like, yeah, it happened. And is there racism in Asia? Yes, there is. There's also a racism in any other fucking country on Earth. We just pretend it's not there. Everyone is racist. Japan is probably one of the more racist countries you can live in, but they still don't fucking just kill you left, right, and center or anything. They just make it a little bit more inconvenient for you to own shit, you know. Let me put it this way. It's so bad that that America has been deemed unsafe to travel by most traveling insurance agencies around the world. It's gotten from safe to unsafe for travelers, aka people that are not natively Americans. It's even been, I think it's Germany, Canada, and some other EU countries recommend not traveling. Where here in Denmark, we are like, traveling, but be aware. That don't happen in the Philippines. Anyway, I don't know how the Denmark looks at the Philippines, but the Philippines is deemed as a safe place to travel. You know, the same with Japan. And here's the thing. I will, or not will, but I do honestly 100% understand why a lot of Americans look at America the way they do. Because you have to think about how is the American populace being I was about to say upgraded. How are they being brought up? Well, your mom and dad tell you how great America is. It's the best country on earth, patriotism and stuff like that. You go into any education system at any level, kindergarten and up, you're getting force-feed how great America is. You know, any place you go to, you all hear about how great America is. It's a form of brainwashing, so to speak. You don't hear Germany or Denmark or even the UK or anyone do that. We don't go to school and have lectures about how great Denmark is. This is the Danish dream. This is what we accomplished over the years as a Danish society. We hear about Danish history, but that's about it. That's what we do here in EU. But the American populace has been like, everything is about how great America is. And if you're being told that over and over and over again, year after year after year, you start to fucking believe it, okay? I get it. And this is why a lot of Americans, they don't like this, but if you want to know how America is, you have to look at how the world reacts to America, or how other people from the world looks at America. Because they look at it with a more unbiased version of America than Americans does. Just like, if you really want to know how Denmark is, don't listen to me. Listen to someone that has traveled in Denmark. Listen to someone that has lived in Denmark, but don't do it anymore. Like someone that has a visa for like 2 years or stuff like that. Because Denmark is super comfortable for me because I know how to navigate Denmark. I know how to navigate Denmark. So therefore, it's super comfortable for me. I know how to deal with bureaucracy, the laws, the bullshit, blah, 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 all that fucking shit. But if you come from, let's say, the States and come into Denmark, you will have a totally fucking another picture of it. And your viewpoint of Denmark is probably more true or more aligned with reality than mine is. Because I grew up here, I have a massive bias towards Denmark because of that. This is the only country I know, or the one I've known for the longest time. You know, it's inherent, like it's like language. You know, the language you learn to speak the first is the one you're most comfortable with. Is the one that you almost always fall back to when you have to Canada is not better than no. Canada is actually worse than the States. If I should choose between Canada and the United States, I will take United States every fucking day. At least the States don't put you in jail for things you say online yet. Canada and the UK does. But yeah, we have to understand that as a collective, we have a lot of biases in us. And I'm not saying they are bad. It's just like let's go into the professional world a little bit. When I see IT professionals talk about American-educated IT professionals, I will say 6 to 8 out of 10 times they roll their eyes. Because if you have a PhD in America, that would be, again, I'm always saturating here, of course, but it will be a little bit like, oh, that's just entry fucking level knowledge. A lot of the diplomas and stuff like that you have in the States are so low level, they mean nothing when it comes to any other country than the States. Because to get the same level of education, you're needing like 1, 2, 3 years extra education in almost any other European country. So Americans' qualifications are looked down upon. Is that good? I don't know. Is it bad? It seems like you should never look down on people's education. But the fact is that a lot of times when IT professionals talk with American IT professionals, they know less than the European equivalent. And I can only talk about the European equivalent because that's what I know about. I don't know about Asia and stuff like that. But again, there are smart people in America, iPhones, Apple, like, I'm not saying that everyone in America is like one-celled organism that don't know how to breathe. But America is but so is EU. Every country in EU is its own country. And also, we also have the same things about keeping the government in check and stuff like that. This is, again, things So, another thing. You have the National Guards, right? The Home Guards, the everyday Joe that's part of the military. That originated from Denmark during the Second World War. I think we were the first or the second country to start resisting the government because of the invasion. I think we were the first, but we could either it was us or the French, but one of us, either the French or us, were the first country to resist the government. Not to speak about, Denmark has the longest flag, or the oldest flag in the world, by the way. Heck, here's the thing. There are American people that think that in London you don't speak English. Let that sink in. There are people in the States, and a good amount of them, that don't believe that in England they speak English. And here's the thing, I'm saying this because it should be a wake-up call. You should not be proud of America. Heck, we should not even be proud of the EU. And we are not proud of the EU. But what the American, I don't know if you would call it the politics or political leaders or what, but someone in America, some entity in America, have been really good at brainwashing a lot. When I say brainwashing, I don't mean it like I'm being facetious here. but they have done something to subdue the populace view on how America really is. I don't know what it is, who it is, but it's super blatant. Don't quote me on this, but I think America is one of the top leaders of CTVs per inhabitants. So that means that there are more surveillance camera per inhabitants than most of EU. This is in the States. You know. But again, I'm not blaming the people. I'm not blaming the country. I'm just saying, like, the viewpoint a lot of Americans have about where they live is so diluted because of that propaganda, what you will call it, that they've been told all the time. I had someone come in here and say that people that don't live in the United States should not talk about United States politics because they don't live there. And then, like, but that's exactly how America starts war in almost any fucking country they go to war with. It's because they are interfering with other countries' politics that they don't understand because they don't live there. You see the thing again. I'm not anti-American here. I'm just calling out bullshit when I see it. Ever since I was a kid, my top country to move to was America. It only changed the last 5 years. Yes, you can become a Danish citizen, yeah. Yeah, people that don't live in the US probably have a better view of it than, yeah, exactly. And my point here is, all of that is starting to creep into Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Germany, France, Spain, UK is really bad right now. In the UK, you can get jail time for saying something bad on Twitter. Or X, sorry. That has happened. I agree non-Americans should talk about American politics because... here's the thing. Americans should talk about EU politics, and people should talk about American politics because, like you said, they all intertwined with each other. Which state do you think is the better one in the United States? So, I actually did a lot of research into this. Where I would like to live, if I should move to the state right now, it would be Denver, Colorado, or just in Colorado in general, Texas, Georgia, or Tennessee. Those are the places I think I would feel mostly at home. And it's mostly because Colorado, Tennessee, Georgia, and Texas is big on farming, nature, and stuff like that. And that's what I like. It's not because of any religious or political fucking way. I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's why I kind of got a little bit hooked on Tennessee. That it's a beautiful place. You know. Yeah, that's what that's what draws me to Texas. It's just like the whole farming culture there. I love farmers. I grew up on a farm. I love the work that farms brings to society and what they're doing for society. I love it. And Colorado and Texas are one of the bigger ones there. And to me, Texas just redneck, call it what the fuck you will, yeah. And to me, I just feel like Texas is the last state, or one of the few states, that still kind of have that American dream, that American philosophy that we all remember. They are not that too much ingrained into too much politics. It could change, I don't know. They're not too full of themselves. They're not too entitled. They're not too me. I know Colorado is becoming a little bit more of that, but Texas seems to just be Texas. You know? And I think when a lot of people from the outside of the United States, when they think about America, they think about Texas. If I'm being honest, I think that's again, this is just my stupid opinion, but I think when a lot of people say, "Oh, America," they're thinking about how Texans are. Yeah, cowboy hats and jeans, and Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but California is so fucking fucked up, man. You know how bad it is in California? So they wanted everyone to drive electrical cars. So they gave a lot of people tax breaks to drive electrical cars in California. But then they are losing a shit ton of money from gasoline taxes. You know what they're doing now? They're starting to tax people that are driving electrical cars. Because they're not getting the same amount of... they're not getting the taxes from gasoline anymore. So that shows you they don't give a fuck about the environment. They give a fuck about money. And that's what I don't like about California, for me, is so fake. Everything about California is fake. It has some great nature. The climate is my perfect climate. I would love living there. Like, for the climate, I would love it there. But I just can't stand the whole political landscape and the way people are. But yeah, when I saw that in the news, I was just like, this is why they don't really want people to stop smoking in Denmark. Because the Danish government is making a shit ton of money on taxes on cigarettes. So if everyone stopped smoking, they had to tax us in other places. It's not just like we have the same problems over here. Would you like Denmark to own California? God fucking no. No. America needs to sort itself out. It's in this angry teenage phase right now. It don't know what it is, what it wants to be. It has growing pains. It needs to get over its teenage phase. And here's the kicker. If it managed to get over the teenage phase, America could start to become great again. It could start to become the place other countries admire and want to be like. Right now, most of the world actually don't like America. They don't. Yeah, Scooby. And this is another thing I don't like about this whole woke culture that is so prominent in the States. I don't care how you dress, what you want to be called, all of these fucking things. Just don't force me to do it. If you ask me to call you flying attack helicopter as a pronouns, I will call you flying attack helicopter if that's what you like. Don't force me to it. If you want me to see you as a girl, I will treat you as a girl. I don't give a fuck. Don't force me to it. And don't think that you deserve special treatment because of it. You're just a normal human being like anyone else. You just have some unique quirks about you, what you will call it. The thing I hate the most about this whole, because technically because if I'm not mistaken, LGBTQB plus also mean autism now. So I'm technically in that because I have autism. Anything that has to do, I hate autism, the label autism. I hate any labels. Because what labels do is put people in boxes. And therefore, if you're in this box, we should treat you this way, we should nurture you, you should get special... Boxes are the worst thing we can do. Boxes are only good for diagnosing and helping people. That's it. It should not be something that, oh, here's this dude or do that, they are autistic, therefore we have to do these. No. It's only for medical treatments, etc., etc., etc. Who the fuck you fuck and suck and whatever you dress like, what? Have you been to Denmark? Have you been to Malaysia? Have you been to the North Pole? I don't. If you keep most we have go learn what the fuck was it I wanted to learn about networking. Go learn what a domain server is. I'm not sure, Vector, but I think I've heard someone talk about that autism was part of that fucking alphabet thingy. But yeah, what I'm coming at here is that we are so focused about what other people are doing, and it's not healthy. And then we are lying to them and calling them special just because they like to dress up like whatever it is. Or no, it should not be banned. It should not be banned at all. They should just be realistic. You're not special because you like dick or vagina or you like to dress X, Y, and Z. You are not special. You're just you. It's the whole special part that I don't like. You know, that's what I don't like. I don't like this whole special treatment. Because here's the thing with special treatment. Who is going to be the boss about stopping the special treatment? So let's say, oh, you deserve special treatment. So we're giving you special treatment. Who is the person that stops, or who is the entity that say, you gotten enough special treatment? Do you think people that have gotten special treatment are willing to give up their special treatment? Of course they are not. Nobody is. If someone has a special treatment or gets special treatment, of course they are not going to willingly give that fucking up. It's not the A, it's something else, Vector. The plus part means a lot of other things. Either it got in there or they wanted to include autism. It's either it's in there or they wanted to include it with the plus sign. I can't remember. It's also, it don't fucking matter. But that's the thing. Like, anytime you give people special treatment, even if it's justified for a short while, you're opening up a Pandora's box. Because no special treatment is good enough. They always want more, and more. So, not rightfully, but the best thing you can do is just treat everyone the same. Nobody should get any special treatment whatsoever. Unless you have a handicap or something like that. You know. But you should not be treated or get special treatment just because you suck dick or vagina or you dress like an elephant. It's just... It's a thing that only matters to you, your friends, and your family. So let's keep it like that. You know. No, but Vector, you're not getting what I'm saying here. Either they included it or they were talking about of including it. Okay? As part of the plus. So the letter A was not meant to be in there, but they want... I think, again, I can't remember which one it was. But they wanted to include it, or they got included. But I think now I'm thinking about it, it's more like they wanted to include autism in there, because there is a weird statistic, okay? So autistic people tend to be more asexual and bisexual on average than the average person. So therefore, again, it's long time ago, so forgive me if I'm wrong here, or I may not say it in the right way. But their justification was that, well, if a vast majority of autistic people are more open to LGBTQ or whatever it is, well, why not include them? Because they are more or less like us, or you get the idea I'm coming at here. But again, I cannot remember if they got it included, but there was a big debate about they wanted it included. But also, it was only in one country. And I think it was Canada, now I'm thinking about it. But I don't know if they got it. I stopped looking into it. No. It was the LGBTQ community that wanted it. It was their community that wanted it. Not someone that wanted to break it up or anything. It was them that wanted it. They wanted it. But again, I can't remember where, and I think it was only talks, now that I'm really thinking about it, that they were debating if it should be, because, like I said, statistically seeing, autistic people have a higher, well, there are more autistic people that are in that latter group than there are non-autistic people. This is a weird way of saying it. If you are autistic, you have a higher chance of being bisexual or asexual than if you're not autistic. So therefore, they may see them as allied. I don't fucking know. I just remember that they were talking about at some point that maybe they should include, or it's just... I don't mind the LGBTQ move. I don't mind any movement as long as they're not trying, or not trying, as long as they're not forcing other people to do things. You can have a group that's for Lego, but the second you try to force Lego on everyone else, that's when I have a problem. Or give Lego people special treatment, that's when we start to have a problem. You do whatever the fuck you want. Don't force your thing onto other people. And don't expect to get special treatment because of that. It's that simple. You want to be treated equally, you treat everyone equally. No matter how they look, like who they are, what they do, who they fuck, what they identify as, treat them equally. Because most of those things that people, you have to call me X, Y, and Z, is a power trip. It's a power trip. It's a power trip. Nothing more. I have no fucking, honestly, I don't give a fuck what you're doing when you're home. You can run around naked, fucking American pies, dolls, furnitures, guys, girls, keep animals out of it. Don't do it with animals. Have the massive amount of orgies with fucking coke all over the place, and fucking shoot each other up with fucking heroin. I fucking don't give a fuck what you're doing in your own home, as long as you're not hurting anyone physically, mentally, or doing anything illegal. But don't expect me to treat you, or anyone to treat you differently because you like to fuck your fucking couch, okay? You're just a dude or dudette with something weird or something different that I like to fucking hump the couch. You are not special. That's the biggest problem I have with all of these things, is like, everyone is special. Even the fucking autistic world wants to be seen as special. That's why I almost never talk about being autistic. Because the autistic world is even as much or more fucking crazy. They want... Think about what LGBTQ, what the fuck it's called, want, and then just put autism in front of it. You know. Oh, we should be treated differently and have, we should have, what is it called, like, special treatment at work because we're autistic, so therefore, like, you can't do this and that, and you get the fucking idea. Hey, I can't come up with. I'm getting irritated about talking about it. It's the special treatment part I don't like. If people find, that's why I don't like telling people I'm autistic, because then they start to treat me differently. I don't want that. Treat me like any fucking one else. Treat me like anyone else. Don't talk. Here's the thing. I have people at work that do this, by the way. They talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old child because I'm autistic. And I just stopped saying anything because they think that that's how you talk to an autistic person. You talk to them like they are 5-year-old. No, autism is not common. No. It's not common at all. So I don't tell anyone about anything because there's more things, in quote, wrong with me than autism. But nobody needs to know it, because then they start to treat me differently. Because that's what we are taught to do. If you are not, in quote, normal, we have to give you special treatment. And I think that is bullshit. A lot of autistic people would actually function better if they just got treated like normal people. But autism is also a really broad spectrum. They have included so many fucking... ADHD is part of autism now. OCD is part of autism now. They've included so much thing into autism that it's... Almost everyone fucking have autism nowadays. It's just like... I hate that special treatment kind of thing. It's just fucked up. No one is special. Here's the thing. If you want to be treated special, do something unique and special for the world. Yeah, exactly. LGBTQ is a identity kind of thing, yeah. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Well, Vector, that's also a super stereotypical comment you just make. There's a lot of autistic people that are not honest. They actually don't want to talk at all. So that's a stereotyping, so to speak, which is kind of bad. You said a bad thing there, if we are going to believe this whole fucking woke, you know. Again, you are assuming that because your students are that, a lot of other people are also like that. And I can tell you, there's a lot. I will say that yes, autistic people on average are more honest, but they're only vocal about it if they're being confronted with it. You didn't assume. And even here's the thing, my students can still be looked at that you're using your students as a benchmark of how other people are. It's like saying, this worked for me. Or I can do it. What you should have said is that I have noticed, or it looks like, that autistic people may be more honest. Then you're kind... And again, I'm busting your balls. I'm fucking with you. But I'm just trying to play a woke fucking idiot. I know what you want me to... No. I know what you mean. But the way that your sentence came out could be misinterpreted if you want to misinterpret it. If you get what I'm coming at. Like, if I want to take that, not out of context, but if I want to read that in the wrong way, I could. And this is the craziness of the Western world that we are living in. That you have to be so careful about what you say, because it could be misunderstood if people want to misunderstand it. Intent and what is it called? Intent. What is the other one? Oh, what is the other one? Context is just gone. It's gone. It's gone. No, but the fact that you're starting to explain yourself mean that I hit a nerve. Because if you didn't explain yourself, if you just said, hey, whatever, you know what I mean. Well, yeah, of course I do. But the fact that you're trying to explain yourself mean that either you are afraid of being misunderstood, you got nervous that you get misunderstood. In some way, shape, or form, I hit a nerve with you. Or I hit something with you that you need to explain it. Because if you were 100% comfortable with what happened, you would just say, whatever. You know what I mean, and then just talk about boobies or something like that. You should... Yes, you should be aware, but here's the thing. If you get offended, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Of course, people should not go around and offend people on purpose. But people should not also try... Because you can... Not nothing, I'm putting it another way. No matter what you do, you will offend someone. Just breathing can offend someone. You know. So, yeah. No, I'm not making an assumption. I had some... This is so funny. I think it was in a bar. I can't remember it, but I had someone almost got into a fight with me just by the way that I looked into a group of dancing people. I was standing with a beer in my hand and just zoning out. And just looking into nothing, you know. Looking into a group of people, just looking over their heads with a beer in my hand. And someone got offended by that. That I was looking either at... They thought I was looking at them or some of their friends, but I was looking in a weird way. If I explain, I must be offended. So, if you deconstruct explaining things, so why do you explain something? You explain something to be more clear about your message that you're trying to send. Why do you want to be clear about a message that you're trying to send? That's because you are afraid or unclear or uncertain that the message that you're trying to send did not get received right. That's why people explain themselves. If you don't care, you'll just say, whatever. Or, that's okay. Or, I know you're fucking with me. And why do people need to explain themselves? It's because, like I said, nervous, afraid of being misunderstood, hit a nerve, put in whatever the fucking wording you want to get in there. Everyone was drunk. It was in a bar. Of course, everyone was drunk. No, like, he didn't do anything. He just, like... He was just like... He was like... You're looking weird. Like, I'm drunk. Why are you looking at us or me? I can't remember. Why are you looking like that? Like, easy now. What's wrong with you? You want to fight or what? No, I'm just listening to the music. Oh, okay. And then he just went away. So I offended someone just by standing and looking. Not all logic is logic. That's another thing. No, so this is where sarcasm comes into the picture. I was playing devil's advocate and being sarcastic, and if you knew that I was being sarcastic, you would just say, you fucking idiot, you're being sarcastic. I know what you mean, and then, you know, leave it at that. So you apparently did not know that I was fucking with you. Why? I said I'm fucking with you. You know. Nothing happened, man. I'm just scribbling on this here. Like, yeah, I'm fucking with you. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, logic. a lot of people don't use logic. Or they use what they think is logic because they assume that they are right, so therefore everything they say must be logical right, even though it's not. So you see flat earthers, you see people that believe in whatever the fuck they believe in that's being proven not to be the case. You know, you get what I'm coming at here. You can make up your own logic, basically. Because to you it's logical. Subjectively. Yeah, but you again, now you're starting to use fancy words and stuff like that. You have to remember most people are stupid. And I'm not saying this to be mean or anything like that. Just like we talked about with the bell curve about why a lot of why most content creators in the tech world actually are not that knowledgeable but are massively successful. When you are talking to people, that's the same thing. You don't need to read many books or go to a lot of school or read too many psychology books to know more about psychology than the vast majority of people that you're going to interact with. So you are assuming or thinking that people are associating logic with the same way that you are, and they probably are not. It's another thing you also learn if you're a content creator is that you can drag a person into a fucking place and show them the command they have to fucking use, and they will still say you are wrong. You can have all the evidence that you're right in their face, and they still won't believe you. Because to them, that's just how it is. That's also why you can't convince people. People have to convince themselves. All you can do is you can give people information that you deem to be the right information, and they can take it or leave it. And again, this is the big thing with Linux users, that they want to convert the world. No, already there you are failing. You should not want to convert the world. The world should want to convert themselves. Because if you want to convert the world, that's forcing them. That's crusaderism. You know, let's burn down the heathen villages, unless you're converting to Linux, the savior. You know. This is why one of the videos I reacted to is about how to convince your friends and family to use Linux. You should not want to do that, because then you are manipulating them. You are forcing them. And I think Vector is a psychology student. He can probably say how bad that is. Like, how that is never going to work. You know. But they just don't seem to understand it. And that is because the average Linux user it's not even an average technical user. They are normie. Most Linux users are normie. Even most content creators are normies. I used to do this to see how black I could make it, just do random shit. Hey, Cold Beer. No, it was not bait, Vector. I was actually using your knowledge as a point to back up my point. Like, I was validating that you were knowledgeable in a field to back up my point. So back me the fuck up. I don't even know what is the market share nowadays. What does that mean? I don't know what that. Can you explain what? I have no idea what that means. Paradoctor. Can you please my dyslexia is fucking me up like a motherfucker right now. Paradoctor. Yeah, I can't. I can't read it. I'm sorry. Can you please like explain it to like a 2-year-old, please? Thank you, good sir. What the fuck? What? Okay. What? Vector. Something is definitely going on here. The fuck? A classroom environment alongside certificate and licensed educators who provide instruction, guidance, and service. Is it Paradoctor? Wait, here it functions well. What? Are you fucking with me? Oh, so they are like a teacher assistants or something like that, right? Ooh. What the fuck? That's only part of it. Huh? Reunit King. Oh, could it be? Oh, is it that fucking thing? I think I know what the problem is. Look at the link. Look at the link. There you go. It was redirecting us into a fucking weird ass. Page not found. What have I done wrong? What the fuck have I done wrong? Huh? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, there you go. God damn it. It's Vivaldi. So let's remove everything that's not Linux. Oh, it lost even more market share. Fuck the fuck. In the beginning of the month, it had 4.27, as it says up here. But apparently it's almost down to 4.04. Holy shit. Yep, the year of the Linux desktop, people. PewDiePie really made an impact. Vector, I will read what... I just need to catch up and I will read what you what you were saying. FreeDOS. FreeDOS is actually good. So I tried Linux after 10 years again, and it didn't offer anything. Windows couldn't let me do faster, and I miss off with that. Yep, that's Alvin. That's kind of how it goes. Collect data, do occasional therapy, speech, pathology, travel, and job training. Ah, that's interesting. That actually sounds like a really, really interesting job, to be honest. I don't know how we will do with therapy, because I will just tell them to suck it up. Yeah, it's still the same URL. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, a lot of people are... What is the whole Plex thing? I see a lot of people making videos about Plex. That's because OS X is OS 10. Any version of Mac OS after OS 10, like we are 14.5 now or something like that, is just called Mac OS. So this is the old Mac OS. This is Mac OS when they started to difference 10 versus 11, 12, 13, and 14. So this is like Mac OS 11, 12, and like that. It's just started to read them differently. If you're a true Fuss fanboy, you should not like anything from Google. So the pay must not be good, because a lot of educational places don't pay people enough money, sadly enough. So I hope he's getting a good salary, but statistically seen, or if you look at how the world treat educators and stuff like that, then so they charge for everything. Oh, so how much is it to use Plex then? Like, if I should use Plex, how much is it for a monthly fee? Because yes, it is your content. It is your content, but you're using their servers or their technology that they made. So I don't mind it. $30 Canadian for user and $90 for host. So let's just say $12 or $11. Yeah, prices go. Honestly, I don't think that's too much. It's like a Netflix subscription, more or less. How's Windows doing? It's going somewhat steady. It is declining a slight bit, though. When do you guys think Windows 12 is coming out? Because they've been teasing that or talking about that for... Yeah, like, if Plex is really good, I would not deem that to be a too big of a deal, too much money to do, to be honest. This fall. But they said that last year. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Big Breezy. They definitely have to make it more like they have to make it so when you're paying that price, you're like, yeah, I get it. I get why I'm paying those $12 a month or something like that. Like it's either super easy or they do something the competitors don't do. Yeah, Windows 11 has been out for a long time. Well, normally they update Windows every second year, though. That's the thing, and they want to go back to that. They wanted to go back to every second year you got a new Windows version. So the thing with Windows 10 was that in the beginning they wanted to make it a rolling release like art. So they were like, this is the last version of Windows. And then over the year they changed their mind. You know. Oh, PewDiePie exploded the user base of Linux. If you live in La La Land, I guess. Jellyfin has intro skipping, hardware transcoding. I find it faster too, a bit more technical, but oh shit. Yeah, then there's no reason to use Plex then. That's because so I think the easiest way I can explain it is that the Linux users live in a world that they see functioning like this. Let's go back to Paint, because I like Paint today. I haven't used Paint in a long time, so let's go back to Paint. So let's say you have a starting line here. You have 3 people running. This is number 1. This is number 2. This is number 3. So let's do a little stick man here. Apparently he has really short legs and he has a really short torso here. And he has 1 long leg. So this is Linux, Mac, Windows. So the way Linux users look at the world is that for Linux to become number 1, we have to kill Windows. Basically, go break the legs of Windows and Mac OS. Go break the legs so they can't run. Then I will automatically be number 1. They are not seeing, okay, so number 1 and 2 is beating me in this 500-meter run every time. Maybe I should get better training, nutrition, learn about running more and stuff like that. Basically, become better. That's not how they look at it. They look at it, for Linux to succeed, Mac and Windows have to disappear, which will never happen. So that means that they are not focused on making Linux better because they already think Linux is the best. What they really should do is this here. Oh, that's not what I want. This one here. This here. They should just not think about Mac OS and Windows. And all they should be thinking about is, this year we were here. Next year we want to be 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 here. Or next release we want to be here. Or next release here. Next release here. Next release here. Or next year here. Next, you see, and then, oh shit. Now we have actually number 2. And then next year here, next year here. Oh shit, now we're number 1. You cannot control what your competitors do. It would be like me saying, do like the DSP, the dark side fill philosophy. If nobody watched the detractor content, all the viewers would come to me. Because he thinks that people are watching detractor contents because they want to watch the dark side fill. No. That would be like saying, if only Mac and Windows didn't exist, all the users would be running to Linux. No. They would be finding some other fucking OS because Linux don't do it for them. So what Darkside Phil should be doing is become a better content creator. It would be like me saying, if DistroTube stopped making videos, all his viewers will come to me. I should not change anything. I'm perfect as it is. No, people don't watch my content because they don't like my fucking content. It's not because DistroTube is here. Or Chris Titus Tech. I just don't make content for those people. But that's how Linux people think. Break the legs of number 1 and 2 and we will become number 1. If they did that, and people flock to Linux, and they realize how bad Linux is at the moment, someone will make an OS that's better. You know, they will make, maybe they will go to Haiku or what, a FreeBSD, who the fuck knows? Or another company will take Linux and make it a super proprietary system that a lot of things only work on their Linux distribution, aka what Red Hat and SUSE is doing, by the way. That's how it would be like. Linux should just be focusing on becoming better than it was last year. And don't think about, this whole fucking year of the Linux desktop and stuff like that. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. If you were worthy of being number 1, you would always be number 1. It's that simple. Well, all of my stickmans are Danish, so... Yeah, there's a lot of things they can do to help out becoming more popular. I should look into Jellyfish at some point then. Is that what it's named? Jellyfish? Jellyfin? Jellyfin, there you go. One of my DSP videos, I should make more of those, they're fun. Oh, absolutely Scooby-Doo. Or Scooby. Abso-fucking-lutely, my friend. I honestly think a lot of the videos they make is to cater to the people. Of course they do. It would be stupid not to. It's like, why am I critical about Linux? Because it gives me views. If I make a tutorial about Jellyfin, nobody wants to watch it. But if I bitch and moan about Linux for 2 or 3 hours or 30 minutes, a lot of people like to watch it. Of course they do. Imagine DistroTube coming out tomorrow with a video, I switched to macOS or Linux. His career would be over. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. It should not be. This is the stupid part. It should not be over. His viewer base should not care what OS he's running. But he will, like, if he stopped doing Linux content, his YouTube career would be over. Chris Tiles Tech has tried it many times. And he always comes back to Linux. Or at least somewhat back to hyping Linux up. I thought Plex was hardware accelerated, but yeah, I'm learning something new, I guess. Yeah, I used... So I have all the Top Gear seasons. And I want to edit them into one video per season. And I had to convert them with Handbrake. And I was just using the CPU. And I was like, oh, I have to listen to my fucking fans go all nuts for fucking an hour or something like that. And it was like, oh, wait, I do have NVENC encoding. Let's try that with Handbrake. And it just like fucking shoots through it like it's nobody's business. Exactly, Tabaki. Or Tabakai. And again, that is what Dark Side Phil don't understand. People don't watch distractor content because of him. They watch distractor content because, well, it is because of him, but it's because of the bad side about it. It's about, they highlight all the bad things that he's doing, or all the how stupid he is, and how autistic he is, and stuff like that. So for those viewers to watch his content, he has to basically make detractor content. He has to make videos about him being a bad person. He has to make videos criticizing himself for having an hour-long begging session for them to donate to. He's so fucking stupid. I just bought a MacBook Air M4 to review on my tech channel. Can I click that? Go to channel. Yeah, I will look into your channel when I'm done streaming. It worked. Yeah, Mac is amazing. Like, if you can afford it, and it, Mac OS work with your, in quote, workflow and stuff like that, it is amazing. It is super amazing. And actually, I think the encoder, have you tried doing encoding on your M4? I think it's better than NVENC, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know how macOS deals with Unreal Engine, to be honest. But it would be interesting to see. Oh, Plex Pass user, gotcha. I just heard that the N4 chipset should be Windows. So is it rectangle or something like that? You can get some plugins that helps you with the Windows management. Go watch a video about top 10 plugins to use with Mac OS or something like that, and and it's free. I think this one is really good. I think this is the one. I think this is the one I use. It's super good. Magnet is not that good. Yeah, no. You try this one here. This one is more like Windows and Linux. This one is the closest I've gotten to getting it the way that it does it on Windows and Mac OS. Magnet is really bad. I'm sorry to say it. It's... Yeah, so I have a 4060 Ti, and it's about the same speed as my M4. It's a little bit faster than my M4. So I have the 16 gigabyte version, and it's about 4% faster than my M4 chip, but it's also louder, I had a 7600 from AMD. My M4 was faster than that one. I had an Intel Arc, and my M1 was fast, or M2 was faster than that one. But again, I haven't tried a 2080 Ti. I would imagine that's faster than... Oh, you bought a 5060? Oh, my poor man. Did you get the 8 or 16 or 12 gigabyte? I hope. I have the... I can... Oh, it's an Air. Yeah, so the MacBook Air throttles under heavy CPU, heavy use. Yeah, if you're rendering videos, I think it's like 12 or 15% slower than the Mac Mini with the same CPU, or the same M4, or slower than the MacBook Pro with the same M4 chip in it. Because the Mac Mini, or MacBook Air, sorry, is passive cooled. So it thermal throttles when you are rendering for, I think it's over 10 minutes or something. I can't remember. But I think it's something like 10% more speed you get. Lenovo, the Lenovo keyboards are the best in the world. I definitely get that. Yeah, I think the reason why you're getting bad performances is it's thermal throttling. Yeah. Yeah, you should definitely try a MacBook Pro. Or I know they are expensive. Try a Mac Mini, man. Try a Mac Mini if you don't need the portability. Because the Mac Mini has a fan in it. And then you can see how fast it actually is when it's cooled. And it's like, I'm not joking here, it's significantly faster. The MacBook Air is, you can render on it and stuff like that, but it's mostly used as a development consumer. It's the entry level to the MacBook line, basically, you know. Yeah, the MacBook Pro Mini. I just have a stock standard MacBook Mini. Or not MacBook, Mac Mini Air. I kind of want the Pro, though. But yeah, if you don't need the portability, get a MacBook Air. Why the fuck? I'm so stupid. Get a Mac Mini M1 or M4. Again, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And here's the thing. So when I was rendering videos on my M4, I would just max out my fan, or I would put it up to 90%, and it gave me a massive speed increase. Because it got even colder, so it overclocked itself even more than it normally did. But yeah, the MacBook Air is like a college student kind of. If you're doing any pro work, you should not go with a MacBook Air. Not if it's your only machine. Let's say you have a Mac Mini, a Mac Mini, and your MacBook Air is your on-the-go machine, where you don't mind it takes a little bit extra to do some things like rendering and stuff like that. Yeah, I will definitely go with that one. I almost bought a Surface laptop, but I got a Lenovo laptop now. I just heard bad things about the Surface laptops. Like, they are really good, but the longevity part of them is not that good. So they tend to... the build quality apparently is not good on them in the long run. But a lot of people like them, but they just... You know, for some reason, the longevity is really bad on them. Oh, it's super easy. You just go onto Apple's website. Oh, this is the Danish one. I don't want the Danish one. Ah, fuck you. A benchmark. It depends. So this is the thing. Like anything else, what do you need it to do? You know, what do you need it to do? Yeah, long Lenovo's always been good for like, but Lenovo's also more expensive than MacBooks for like the same performance tier. I am thinking about getting a Yoga though, because I have a E14 gen, not the latest gen, but the previous gen, and it's a little bit of a thick boy. Unreal, so I will go for Unreal stuff. So if we go buy, I will go... I would probably just go with this one here. This one here. Or this one here. So I will either take this one or this one, and then I will upgrade the RAM. So I will do this. They are not that expensive. No, they're really not that expensive. Yeah, we have a few Lenovo's at work, or Yogas at work. They are really, really good. Yeah, the battery life. Yeah, but that's because they're so slim. Yeah, they cost about what a phone cost. Yeah. I never tried a tablet from Lenovo. Yeah, the upgrading prices are stupid. But here's the thing. Get an SSD, like an external SSD that you plug in. I do that. They are just as good. Sometimes they're even faster than the onboard storage. And they are way more cheaper. What you need as your base storage is just enough to have all the programs that you need. That's it. I store everything else besides the program somewhere else. But if I could buy my Mac Mini again, I would get 24 gigs of RAM. Because it also helps the graphic card. Yeah, the MacBook Air don't have the fast SSDs. So I think to get the fast... So in the Mac Mini, they are faster than the MacBook Air, if I'm not mistaken. And then you get faster SSDs, I think, in MacBook Pros. But again, for what the MacBook Air is targeted for, it's actually really great speed. Which MacBook for Unreal Engine? Now it's going to be expensive. Because you have to go Pro. So let's say you want a 14-inch. This would be the dream machine. But it's 3,200. If we are going to say best bang for the buck, I would probably go with this one here. And again, I will go up to 32 gigs of memory. So either this one here, upgrading the memory. So basically this one here. Maybe this one here. Yeah, I'll probably go for this one here. This one or this one. Probably this one here. This is probably the one I will go for. This one here. But you are getting a lot more GPU cores here, though. Like, a lot. But these two here would not be bad. What I do like about this one here is, like, the gigabytes. Yeah, like... So, let's say if I wanted a MacBook Pro... and I want to use it as my main machine, so take away my Mac Mini, I would probably go with this one here. This one here. This one or this one. One of those two. Yeah, that's right. Pre-BC or BASIC, yeah. I will say, like, storage, you can always use external storage. There are even ways where you can have your home folder on an external storage. There are videos about how to do that, and it's not super difficult. And the 500 gigabyte will be okay, if you ask me, for your storage for at least like now and maybe 3 or 4 years into it, and then you have like a attachable storage as a where you have all your big stuff on it. Because when I edit videos and stuff like that, I have all my videos on external storage. Everything, every big file is on an external storage, and it's perfect for that. I have no hiccups. I have no delay, anything like that. It's the whole thing about SSDs and generals and read write and degradation. Don't think about it. If you buy a SSD or NVMe or anything like that, like non-mechanical storage, like storage that's stored on a chip, there is like a guaranteed lifespan of 10 years of heavy use. Like that means that you are editing 24/7 or something like that. They're guaranteed at least 10 years of use. That's what the people that are testing them have said. That you can expect about up to 10 years of use. But if you're just using it as your normal OS, you will get... Let me put it this way. Your storage should be the last thing that fails on your laptop. Or on your MacBook or Mac Mini. If you're just using it as a normal everyday user. If you're sitting and video editing 12 hours a day, 24/7 or something like that, you may get down to 5 to 10 years, but at that point you probably have upgraded your laptop anyway, or your computer anyway. Luckily enough, the Nova I have had 2 NVMe slots in it, so that's really nice. Yeah. If hard drive, the reliability should not be an issue for anyone anymore. That was like 2015. Like NVMe's, SSDs, soldered on, if they break, they should give you, like I'm not sure, they will give you a new one. Because it should not break. The OSs and the technology has gotten so far that it's... So I'm recording all my shit to my C drive on Windows, and I'm really not being concerned about how much storage I use on my C drive. So this is me not giving a fuck about how much storage I use on my C drive on Windows, and I have a 1 terabyte machine. I'm using about 700 gigabytes. That's with a lot of local recorded videos that I need to edit, a lot of junk, a lot of software I don't need, IDEs and bullshit like that. So you don't record videos that are like 40, 50 gigabytes per video and have 2 of them. So let's look at my development laptop. Let's see how much I'm using there. I'm a little bit more not concerned, but I don't have. I only use it for development. Let's see how much that's using. And again, I'm not super concerned about what I'm putting on my development laptop, but I'm not non-concerned either. So I don't install a lot of fucking bullshit on this one that I don't need, and so on and so on. Just give me a second here. Oh, I'm doing a Java project apparently. So I have a 500 gigabyte, and I have 228 gigabytes left. So if you're getting a 512 gigabyte storage, that's enough for most people. Yeah, most people, storage is not an issue. No, exactly. It's only creators and stuff like that, yeah. But what I do on my Mac is I just record. So when I record my videos, I record them on an external device, external hard drive, and have no issues whatsoever with that either. I do like my Lenovo. It's just like I have a MacBook Air M1, and it's just super fucking slim. I love that machine. I'm actually developing a lot of Java shit on it right now. But yeah. And I also have a extra 500 gigabyte SSD or NVMe, sorry, and that one's virtual machines and stuff like that. I have a E14 with a R5. Is it 7828S, something of that nature. So not the latest AMD mobile chip, but the last generation mobile chipset. And I'm actually debating on either selling or do something, get rid of my gaming rig, because I game mostly 9 out of 10 times I game on my PlayStation, and then I would just, if I need Windows, I would just use my laptop and then go back to Mac OS. But the only reason why I actually use Windows is because of this here, virtual machining. So this Ubuntu here runs in a virtual machine. Because I do like virtualizations. Just to goof around with Linux when I want to goof around with Linux. But this is the only reason why I'm not running my Mac right now. No, it's a VirtualBox. Yeah, VirtualBox, yeah. Thanks, Scooby. Yeah, so I have a super underpowered work laptop, and I'm debating on if so I may tell my boss that he can buy this off me for the same price I bought it for, or maybe even a little bit less. And then I can use that at work, or get basically the same model as work. Maybe even a yoga, as Big Basie was saying. It is the one I have is a little bit on the thicker side, but the cooling is amazing, and I get like, if I'm just sitting in Visual Studio, IntelliJ and stuff like that, I'm getting about 8, 9, 10 hours out of it. But if I'm watching YouTube videos, I think I'm closer to 7.5, 8 hours. Yeah, yogas can be less reliable, but the newer ones should be better. Should, in quotes. Oh, I have PowerShell installed. Why? Oh, yeah, I think I did that as a test. Oh, it actually helps if I'm fucking... Wait, why is it not? What's wrong with the theming here? Oh, that's definitely something wrong here. Huh. So I don't know what the fuck I am. I'm technically not a. I'm not. I don't know what. That's the problem. I'm underpaid and nobody knows what my position is at work. But technically, if you should, if a professional would look at my job that I did, they will say that I'm somewhat of a junior developer slash research and development developer that also do IT infrastructure and IT support for a company. But I'm getting paid like a janitor. Or something to that nature. Like, I'm not getting paid close to what I should get paid for doing those jobs. But it's because the infrastructure jobs and support jobs are not taking up that much time. So when I'm not doing those, I'm developing. That means that 95% of the time I'm developing. I'm helping out the developer. I am thinking about getting my position renamed in my contract, though. Because I got hired to do infrastructure slash IT support, but after like 3 or 4 months, I'd done all I could do for that. It was like, you know, IT support, good IT support, or what you will call it. You know it's good, or you know that you're doing a good job and you don't have anything to do. Because if they don't have any problems, you're doing a good job. So, well, they don't have any problems. So, I started to do development or helping out the developer. And now I'm more of a developer than I'm actually an infrastructure guy. And I don't mind doing the whole IT support. It gives me a break from the development if I'm sitting, you know, with my head or not with my head, but if you're just sitting and doing this all day, you know, it gets tiresome, it gets irritating, you get stuck in something, and it's nice to sometimes, oh, Windows is fucking up, can you come and help me, or we need to introduce this system into the infrastructure, how should we do it, you know, just give you a break of your tedious every day-to-day work. Sometimes I spend most of my IT infrastructure things now is we need a new computer, can you install Windows, our tools, and can you set it up on the disk? So I set up the computer with monitors, and then that's it. Yeah, I have, yeah. I actually have, yeah. I just don't... So I have a few ideas. I kind of also want to do software. So I kind of want to do either a software company or business or support business. The thing is with support business is that it's just, you're dealing with a lot of customers. And dealing with customers is super fucking irritating. Where if you can deal with businesses, it's just so much easier. And there's more money in it. You know, doing business, B2C, B2B instead of B2C. Business to customer or business to business. Business to business is just always better. But I am debating on, because let me put it this way, I've seen how not to run a software company many times. And I'm privately slowly building up a portfolio of... I'm actually recorded some videos I'm going to release on another channel about my software projects. I'm also... One of the developers at work is kind of open to help out with some projects if needed. So all I'm basically looking for is someone that needs like some hobbyist or some entry-level programs or jobs to be done for them. Because I already have people that, a few people that may be interested in hired work, so to speak. Yeah. That's kind of why I did in the beginning this channel, is because I wanted to do consulting work. But, well, here we are bitching about Linux. It's just not a viable business to do on YouTube. It would be like, let's say my main business was having a consultant job or a repair shop or support shop, and then do it on YouTube, where YouTube was just like not the main income, but like just a supporting income. That would be fine. But for the amount of work it takes to make videos and stuff like that, I have to look at what gets the most views. And knowledge is exactly not one of them, you know. Yeah, I have no idea what those are. I have to figure out what those are. You know what? Why not? So you're doing an internal web client. Why is that approved by the boss, or is it not? State is separate from split. I think I've heard about SolarWind. How much is a new server? And do you need like a let me put it this way. Let's pretend you had to buy the server you need for that job for yourself at home. What would be the cheapest one you could find? Oh, they need a license for it. Oh, gotcha. Is there any way to get around that? Legally, I mean, don't pirate it or something like that. Like, do they have like a free trial that you can then just extend every 2 years, 6 months or something like that? With a different email account? So we would do this to if you're trying a new service that we are not that keen on. Let's say I will make an account with my company email, and let's say that lasts 6 months, and then I will get the other one to use his company email to another account, and then we get another 6 months, you know, and I will just find like a few people till we get like up to a year use out of it, because at that point it's so integrated into the infrastructure that when you're going to the boss and say like, well, you have to pay for it now because you can't do your job without it, basically. But you got 1 year for free, Bobby. You know, I've done that a lot where I've used a few free trials because they were like, yeah, we don't know. Like, yeah, it's fine. They have a free trial. And then we use it and we see how valuable it actually is. And they're like, oh, yeah, fuck. We should probably pay for it. They just don't want to. I could probably help you convince them to do it. That I think I could do. If it's about not spending money, I have a skill that I'm somewhat good at getting people to spend money. I think this explanation was that since we are redirecting so much of the backend, it will be a waste. So they think it would be a waste of time. We should probably, hey, thanks for the op. Oh, 29 months, man. No, this is stock standard Ubuntu. Stock standard Ubuntu. Yeah, let's have a talk about it. DM me on Discord, and we can have a talk about. Even we can call each other on Discord, or we can do something. We can have a talk about it. Heck, we could even do it over a live stream one day. It would probably be useful for a lot of people to see how you would go about it and how I would go about it. Again, you just have to, like, remember, I'm a stupid idiot, so I will ask you a lot of questions, and you have to explain it like I'm a 2-year-old. The thing is, we just have to make them see that it's a good idea, or that they have to. You know, we just have to convince them that it would be stupid not to do it. So I had a problem where it was a server we had to, or a service, not a server, but a service, online service we have to pay for. And my boss was a little bit like, do we need that? I'm like, well, let's look at it this way. We can pay, let's just say, $50 a month. We don't have to buy new hardware. We don't have to maintain the hardware. We don't have to fix it when it breaks down. So basically, I would be spending 3 hours a month maintaining the hardware. If it breaks down and the software breaks down, you may have to call me a Saturday and pay me $100 to do that. So that's 2 months there already. My hourly wage that I have to maintain it will give you 6 months of that time. So basically just broke it down how much it will cost him in employee time, like if he didn't pay it. And I'm like, all of that time, I could be developing this software, helping him develop this software. We could fix this problem. So basically, well, you have to remember, when I'm working on that machine, I can't do all the other things you need to do. I was like, oh, yeah, so that means that this project you want will be taking 6 months longer. Because I now have to set up a new server, we have to maintain it, I have to babysit it and stuff like that, versus paying $50 a month, we have to do nothing of that. And if it breaks down, they fix it for us. They do backups, they do everything for us. We now have to pay. Buying the hardware would cost the same amount, I think it was 10 months of running that service. They do sometimes. So, let's say we have done it twice for mobile app development. It depends if there is a project we can't do right away, or we need to have done. You know, like, we just don't have time to do it. Or if it's something that we are like, we could do it, but what do you want us to work on the most? Then we would do it. It highly depends. So, I should get I think I will ask if one of the developers, if he wants to come on a live stream next week so we can kind of interview him. Because it's kind of funny how he got the job. He was a third-party contractor, or he got hired from the outside to fix or make a software. Then they needed to do their exam project. And I had a project that I need help with. I need them to do some things with. And I laid out for them that if they want to help me, this is what I want you guys to do, blah, blah, blah. And it was something with machine learning, OCR, and stuff like that. And they were, oh, this is really interesting, stuff like that. So they did that. And then while he was working with me or with us and stuff like that, I was like, dude, we could actually really use you in here. Go tell my boss that if they have an opening, I'm willing to, work here. So I kind of pushed him a little bit, and that's how he got the job with someone else that he then had to leave. But I basically more or less got 2 people employed that way. And then we need to do one other mobile app, or a mobile app. I can't speak. They got that done, I think, in the Philippines or something like that, which turned out to be a fucking mess. Because they wanted us to work on one thing while they were doing another thing. Yeah, here's the thing. If you knew how much I got paid, you would be kicking me in the balls for being at that place. Like, everyone is underpaid in that place. I'm not even joking here. Like, massively underpaid. But hopefully, in the future, they will wake up and pay talent. Because right now, like, if I'm being honest, I'm just using as a resume builder. It's a business-to-business company that sells used electronics to other companies, like production electronics. And also to private people, mostly to other businesses. So if they have a machine where some regulator or something like that goes down, they can see us and then we sell it to them. And we'd make the software that basically help them run that company. So anything you could think about, almost, that a company would need. Stock management, inventory management and stuff like that. We make software like that. And I mostly do so we have one main developer And before I came, he was the only one. And he'd been doing that for 2 or 3 years when I came. And he alone should have like 3 or 4 people working for him. Because he's so understaffed. And what I do, I see myself more as a support role to him. So I do all of the work he don't have time to do. So all the smaller projects. He makes sure that the main projects, the main software projects, he handles those. And I do like, oh, I need a program to do this. I will make it for him. Or can you do something that do this? I will, all of these small little supporting programs that supports the bigger projects is what I'm making. 3 people. 3 people. Well, yeah, 3 people. One, there's me that is, I don't know, again, nobody knows what I am. Then we have like a junior developer, and then we have like the full stack developer. Of course, I wish I could get paid more, but that's why I kind of want to do my own thing. Be my own boss. But it's not a bad place to work. It's just like you know how businesses are. If they can get away with it, they do it. I honestly don't care. I honestly don't care. I will be so when the main developer has issues, we will sit for hours and try and fix it together. And I like that. I also like working on small little projects that you get the idea and tomorrow it's done or something. I like all of it. Big, small. I just like doing it. It's just fun and interesting. And I like seeing that something we do actually helps people in real life. It's something that they can use and they can benefit from. It's like polishing a car. You get like a dirty car in, and you see that a shiny, sparkly car comes out, and you can see you've done something, you built something, you know. So there's no preference at all. But hey, if I could live off doing consulting work, I would fucking love that. I would love that. I also have another, like, Fiverr, where you can hire people. Not all, but a lot of those people on Fiverr and places like that are basically shit. Let's be honest, it's people that can't get work other places. So I have this idea of having a site or a business where if you go to me, you get qualified work or quality work. So it's not just like paying someone a Fiverr. No, you actually like, let's say you work for me in quotes, and someone needs someone to do a Java backend for e-commerce, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I know this guy, super amazing, not cheap, but not expensive. And I will talk to you, and we will give them a price and estimates of time and all that fucking shit. And then they will basically pay us to do that job. So I make the contact between you and the work. So I'm the one they come to. Basically, I will be your project manager, so to speak. But you're still kind of independent. So it's your project and everything. I just help you with the contacting, the meetings, the overall big picture, so you only focus on developing. That I would love to do. That if someone needed development help, they could go to someone like me and know that they are getting in contact with a qualified, or not qualified, a quality developer. And then part of that price will then be like, let's say it costs, like, just for the sake of easy math here, let's say it costs $1,000 to make the project. You will be getting, let's say, 800 of those or 900 of those, and I will get the rest. Because you're the one doing most of the job. Or something, I don't know the math about it. It depends on if you're working for me, or if I'm just like the one putting you into contact with each other, like Fiverr does. Because if you're working for me, you'll just get a normal salary, like an hourly wage. But if you're not working for me, it will be like you're getting a commission, and I will take X percentage of that commission, if you get what I'm saying here. 5 people in your team. Yeah, a lot of development teams are smaller than you think. How is the... Oh, the weekend is going great, man. I hope yours is going great, too. Yeah, but that's something I've been playing around with one of the developers at work, that... how we could go about doing that. Heck, I could even use YouTube as a springboard for that. Like I said, that's kind of why I'm making a lot of smaller projects. For a healthcare agency, being the IT guy, the just the nurses. What do you? Oh, nursing home. Yeah. That's sadly how the world works, my friend. But I get it, yeah. But here's the thing with me, I'm not so much money driven. Because if money was really important for me, I would not be working where I'm working now. I just need enough to have a comfortable life. And if I lived in Southeast Asia or well, anywhere in Denmark, I needed even less money. I just need money enough to pay my bills, and I can buy some tech items when I wanted to. So let's say I want a new Mac Mini or MacBook Air or something like that. I don't have to save up for like 10 years to get it. I can do it within a few months. That's it. Manager, extra admin, senior admin, helpdesk manager, me, admin, NetOps. So that must be security operations, I think. Another guy, admin, NetOps, senior network admin. Yeah, so I'm not that familiar with all of these, like, position naming and what they do. That's why, like I said, it's hard to say what my position is because I don't even know it. I do a lot of crazy things, and a lot of people do. But it's a lot of titles for a 5-man group. There's a lot of administrations going on. Yeah, they have different names and roles, definitely. But I have said to my boss that if he needs, like, I may say it this next week we go into, like, I keep reminding him, like, every few months that if he needs, third-party developers, I know a lot of developers that can do freelance work for him if he wanted to. I had one here in Denmark I was trying to convince to do remote working for us, but, buy him Burger King. No, but like I should make a room in my Discord where people can put in their qualifications. Because we have one student that is becoming a developer and another one that's taking a computer science degree. But the computer science degree guy is leaving soon to continue his education in another country. The fun thing is that, like, my job don't know, and this sounds arrogant, but my job don't know how much pull I have in the tech world. They think I'm this stupid little idiot that don't know anything about the tech world. And sometimes I have to remind them that I actually talk to people that have worked decades in the tech industry and development industry. Some have managed massive amount of teams and had their own companies and stuff like that. Yeah. IT is interesting, but again, if you do a good enough job, you don't do much work, which gets boring for me. So I don't like this, but I think I would have to admit that I like development more than IT work, because there's always a problem you need to solve. But it's not... The problem is still that you sit in front of your screen and getting tired of looking at the fucking numbers and letters on that screen. Where in IT, you're more, you talk to other people, you're more out about, it's more mechanical. But it could also just be that the company I work for is so small, like technically, it's still kind of like an upstart company. I think in total we are 30 people or something like that. So, it's not that many computers you have to maintain. There's not so much IT stuff you have to do. And what I'm also kind of decent at is finding, or not finding, but when they come with IT problems, figuring out how we can solve them with software so they don't happen again. Because a lot of IT problems is software-related problems, sadly enough. Yeah, a lot of computer science seems to be really nice. Yeah. But yeah, I think like next week I may do a live stream with the dev from work. See if he's on to it. Yeah, I have no idea about data structure. This is the problem with being self-taught. You don't know what you know, but you know that you don't know a lot. Because when I associate something, I know I don't associate it with like a project name or title. I just know about file systems. I don't know where the fuck to put that in. Oh, I know about X, Y, and Z. I don't know where to put it in what category to put that in. And that's why I say education is so important, because it gives you references and it gives you a piece of paper that validate that you know something. Oh, 2 weeks, you're going to ace that one, man. It's going to be easy for you. You're going to ace that like a motherfucker. I wish I had papers on what I'm doing, Oh no, you're going to ace it. No problem. Fake it. Just tell yourself that it's going to be easy, and you will trick your brain to think it's easy. That's what I do all the time, and it's not, okay, I'm going to ace it. But yeah, like I wish I understood. This is one of the biggest gap I have in my knowledge is like, what do you call that knowledge that someone have? I don't know what to call it. I kind of know what people are expected to know with certain degrees and educations, but the subsection of where you put that in is like, how to get solved anything, install Linux. Yeah, no. Well, the way I look at it, I always say this to people. If they ask me something I don't know, I'm like, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I have to ask Google. Because you can fix anything if you know how to use Google and AI for your benefits. Then you can fix anything and you can learn anything. We don't freely use FOSS. What do you mean by freely use FOSS? So you don't use FOSS on your rel stack, or you kinda, but kinda not? I would imagine that you were using Red Hat specific things. So. Oh, you don't use it at all? Interesting. Do you use any other Red Hat based yeah, autocorrect is fucking irritating. So do you use any other Red Hat based product? Other than just like the Linux distro? Oh, OpenShift. Is that the management tool? I can't remember what that is. Oh, it is a management tool. Development, deployment, and management of containerized applications at scale. Oh, they use Kubernetes. Oh, interesting. So does that handle your repos and everything like that? Yeah, Profit, yeah, or Profit, oh, or DS6. Mm. Oh, Microsoft Azure. Endpoint Manager. Yeah, so I have no idea what this does, other than project management and stuff like that. So you were working for... Oh, Trilix, I have heard about that one, yeah. So are you working for a private company or a governmental company? I can't remember which one it was. Like, without divulging too much. Because they are trying to sell you something. Government contractor, Lockheed Martin, that's it. Gotcha. I thought it was something like that. I just couldn't remember it. Alvin, here's the thing. They're trying to convince themselves still. That's the thing. Like, they are trying to convince themselves. This sounds really interesting. I need to look into this some more. Like I said, I never been massively into the business side of Linux and FOSS. It's mostly just consumer and desktop. Or we can use Google Cloud. Ubuntu Windows will set you free, yeah. But here's how I look at a lot of things. And I get... I will not say get into trouble, but I get weird looks sometimes at work when I do this. You don't need to know much about a subject to make a good decision. Because all you need to have the ability to boil everything down to its simplest component. Because when it's boiled down to the simplest component, so let's say like someone is coming up with a fancy Git repository manager. It does all of these things, blah 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 blah. I'm like, okay, are we as a company going to... What part of this software are we going to be using? Oh, well, we don't do all the other, like, project management, project flow indicators, key point indicators, what the fuck they're called. We're probably only going to use the Git management part of it. Okay, so you're going to use it basically to take a project and push it to GitHub. Yeah. Will Visual Studio do that already? Oh. So we don't need this piece of software. No. So don't even need... So you see what I'm coming at here? You don't need to know what all it does. You just have to, like I said, explain it to me as I'm a 5-year-old or 2-year-old. Because when you dumb it down to its most simple component, you know, like you can see if it's beneficial or not 90% of the time. You know. And I get a lot of weird, like, why do you want me to explain it so simple? It's because when you go down to the simplest thing you either need to fix or the simplest thing that is doing wrong, or you need a program for, or a computer for, you actually know if you really need it or not. Well, so the way we use Git, and I use Git, is super simple. We log in with our Git account to Visual Studio. The project that we're working on, we're pushing that to GitHub. And then when we're doing changes, we're pushing that to GitHub. That's it. We're basically using it more as a backup system than anything else. That's it. That's it. Super simple. And we were looking into a lot of management systems. It was just like, why not just use Git? And then if you're cooperating two developers with the same repo, we're using that sometimes. But most of the time, one person per repo or project, and we're just pushing it up there. And then sometimes one of the other developers is taking my work and implementing it into their project, and the other way around. If you're making handlers or interfaces or stuff like that. It's not that super complicated. I also have and again, you working for, I will guess, like a somewhat decent sized company. A lot of these like things where they track key point performances or KPIs or what the fuck they're called, a lot of that is basically just to track if they should fire you or not, or if you're doing the work they deem you to do or not. IT, and this is software in general also, they have so many fucking meetings and bullshit that makes no fucking sense. You're wasting more time having them than not having them. But management will make you believe that it's good for you. But all they are doing is tracking your sorry fucking ass. That's the same approach I have with meetings. It's like, do we really need this meeting? And do I or someone else really have to be at that meeting, or do you just want us to? And if it's like, oh, I just want you to, I can't give you any other explanation that I just want you to, well, that means that meeting is bullshit. Where if they're saying, well, if you are not at this meeting, you can't do your work because X, Y, and Z information is left out of the loop for you. Oh, that makes sense. You know? That kind of fucking makes sense. Oh, yeah, I'm really good at cutting down on meetings. And they tend to this is also what I've noticed, is that they tend to get a lot of people into those meetings that don't need to be there. A lot of the meetings can be done manager to manager, and then your manager, for example, can give you the information you need, and your other co-workers the information they need, that will take literally 5 minutes. You know. So is that a stand-up, or what do you call those? Like, if you're only 5 people, you should not have a meeting every fucking day. Yeah, stand up. Yeah, it's no fucking need. There's no need for it. If I was working with you and we were only 5 people, if I have a question, I can just look at your fucking beautiful eyes and say, hey, you fucking idiot, why is there a dildo in my code right now? You know, I don't need to have a meeting to discuss something with you. The meeting with other teams, I think your manager should take. And then he can relay, you know, he can relay the important information to you. Or your manager could have those meetings every day, and then once a week, you all have one meeting. You know, your 5 people could have one meeting. Once a week or twice a week, where your manager is relaying that information. And if it's really, really important information that you may need to know, but your other co-workers don't need to know, he can then just come to you and say it, and then continue your fucking work. Oh, remember, you need to be done by 5 o'clock with this fucking project. And then he can go look at fucking hentai porn the rest of the day. Yeah, managers love meetings. And a lot of managers love meetings because it's justifying their position. Because a lot of managers, the only job they have is to basically just be a hand over the telephone. Like when you were a kid and you whispered something into one ear and they whisper it to another one and another. They're basically just a conduit for transformation of information. It's I never realized how much time were being wasted in meetings before I started this whole IT fucking shit. Yeah, in the Java backend. Exactly. Like, you should always know and somewhat trust your coworkers. I can definitely see that. You don't even have to, like, be your bodies or anything like that. Like, the bigger the team is, the more needs for meetings there are, because at some point it becomes so big that you can't just, like I said, look over your monitor and say, hey, Billy Bob, you fucked up or something like that. Because you may work on one part of the software and 5 other people work on another part of the software, 10 people work on a third part of the software. Then you may need like a few more meetings and stuff like that. But 5 people should not have a fucking meeting every day. To me, that's fucking stupid. That sounds so stupid. But I get it, they have to follow the Scrum philosophy or whatever the fuck they're following, Agile, whatever the fuck they're doing, and then they have to justify for the Scrum leader, blah, 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 all that fucking shit. Just chillax. Chillax. You know. If you have a good team and you're trained your team good, you don't need many meetings. Yeah, every company has too many project managers. So when we were like 4 people, oh no. That was right after they done the project, so we were still only 2 people in there. I got low-key asked if we needed a project manager. And I'm like, a project manager for 2 people? Yeah, like, I'm like, what should that person do? You're managing your project, handle your time schedule, so you don't deem us to be able to talk with each other. We sit right in front of each other. You want a third person that I have to talk to my coworker right in front of me. That then costs twice the amount of money that we are costing to have hired. He's like, oh yeah, I see your point. Yeah, you know. Given how OP modern IDs are, even 5 people can work on. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's nice that they can help out, but still, like, it's just too, like, it's too many, man. It's too much. So this is where I have a benefit that a lot of IT and software people don't have, because I've worked in other fields in my life. So when I was working in a place that made a lot of advanced machines for a lot of big car companies like Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, even some American ones, we made the machines that basically put in fluids into their cars on the factory, and or fluids into refrigerating machines or air conditioning units. And we were about the us that made, like, in total, the people that made those machines from the ground up. You know, we got a bunch of fucking components, and it was like adult Lego, and you put it together and you had a machine. Let's see, we were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ish. Let's say 10 people. 10 people in that production unit. You know how many meetings we had? 1 every Monday for 30 minutes. That's it. When a new project started up, if you had to make a custom project for a customer, people got selected depending on skill, who was available, who was not working on the project and stuff like that. So the project leader would have an upstart meeting where everyone was coming in and saying, you are doing this, you are doing this, you are doing this, we expect you to be done by this. And when you're done by this person is then taking over and doing this. So you're building all the hardware components. Then the electrician is when you're done, you should be done by week 3 or 4. Then the electrician is spending 2 weeks putting the wires in. And then the software guy is spending 1 week doing the software. So by X amount of week, we should be done. And there's always a little wiggle room for errors and stuff like that. If you get behind, come and tell me that you're behind so we can move the schedule. That was the project meeting. That was all you saw for the project leader. So you only saw him when you started the job, when everyone started. Then he may come down when you started your part of the stint. So let's say I was the electrician, and I have built all the hard components, sorted in the valves and all that fucking shit, building the chassis. Then he may come in and say to the electrician, you know what to do? Yep. You have all the documents? Yep. Work. And then all of us, when we were done with our thing, we would just go to the project lead and say, we are done. So it was one combined meeting and maybe one or two individual meetings. And it was no matter if the project was a few weeks or a few months or a year long. That was how many meetings you would have with your project leader. So 3-4-ish meetings. And then once in a while, they would come down and see how you were doing. They would be like in the morning, like, oh, how are you doing? Are you okay? Yep. Do we need anything? Nope. How long? Are you on schedule? Yep. And then they would leave you alone. So that amount of meeting for a 6-month project would be 1 day in software and IT. And that's even lowballing it. That's where I realized something is fucking wrong here. Like, IT people and software developers are not that stupid or need that much babysitting that they need that fucking many meetings in a day. When people that are building things that handles explosive fucking fluids that could kill people if it got ignited or something failed, only need like 3 or 4 or 5 meetings in a 3 or 4 or 5 months fucking project. Like, again, that's the benefit I having from have worked in other fields, is you see how, and I don't fucking know who have sold you guys that fucking shit. You know, if it's like it just automatically manifested itself into being like that, or someone sold an idea that everyone had to follow. College? Yeah, maybe. I don't fucking know, man. Because the whole thing has to come from somewhere that this is how we have to do it. You know what I'm coming at? Yeah, I know. The junior developer that just got his diploma this year said the same thing. Or he said, like I have to teach him to think like a hacker. Because he was like, and again, this is not his fault. This is what he got taught in school. Everything has to be done this way. And I'm like, okay, what if I come to you and say, we need a small little button in a window by 5 o'clock, or as fast as possible? Are you going to have a startup meeting for that? Are you going to have a stand-up? Are you going to have a project owner, a project lead for that? Are you going to set up sprints for that? Are you going to set up design meetings about how to design the code? Because I with no education, could have made that program 10,000 times before you're done with all your meetings. And he's like, oh, yeah, maybe we don't need all these things just to make a program with a button. Yeah. A lot of programs are just programs with a button. They are not like Office Suite integrate level programs. So again, this is just my uneducated fucking opinion, but taking from working in other industries, is that you need meetings that are proportional for the fucking project that you're making. Like, if you're making a fucking calculator, you don't have 10,000 meetings to make a fucking calculator. You know, just make the fucking calculator. Because you could have made it like 10,000 times before you're done with all your fucking planning. Luckily enough, we don't have that where I work. We started to kind of get into it with like a lot of meetings, but then we cut them down so fast because we We end up. This is how stupid it. Not stupid, but this is when we realized meanings is they were starting to become stupid because we would sit down. We have like the stand-ups. We didn't have them every day, but every other day or 2 or 3 times a week, and they would always end up being like maybe one of those meetings a week was actually productive. The other meetings was just us talking about what games we played in the weekend, what games we are looking forward to, crazy hardware prices. Oh, I'm upgrading my computer. We just started talking private shit because we didn't have anything else to talk about. And then it was like we realized we're spending more time basically not talking work. Why the fuck are we doing it? Oh, I love these conversations. It's so fun. But you can't have this with Linux users. They are fucking batshit crazy because they have no idea what's going on. Yeah. But here's the thing. And I will expand it to say it's not just IT and development. It's the whole office, like the whole office mentality is like that. The more I've gotten into becoming more of an office worker than like a blue collar kind of guy, there is a lot of justifications that you have to make for your position, aka a lot of meetings for the sake of meetings for sake. They do a lot of talking and explaining and showcasing to gauge and take matrix of their employees or team workers or what you will call it. And I never seen. I kind of get why a lot of office workers mentally break down a lot. Because they are under the fucking needle a lot more than... Like, as a mechanic, they didn't give a fuck how you did something as long as it was done. You didn't have a manager over your back every fucking hour looking at what you were doing. You do your job. When it's done, it's done. They may check it. If it's up to fucking standards, that's it. We didn't have 10,000 meetings about changing the oil on a car. But I noticed in the office world, they love doing those. Because it's a lot about shifting blame around. Well, I had a meeting. I told them it's out of my fucking hands. Yeah, I also had a meeting and told other people it's out of my fucking hands. Or it's a meeting about, well, you need me here to make sure that these things are being done. Because, Scooby can't just go to you and tell something. He has to go through DS6 and then to me, and then I have to come to you before you actually get the right information. Because he's really bad at communicating for something. He don't have the brain capacity to just say to you, I'm done, or I'm 50% done. For some reason, he can't do that because he's just a developer. This is how I feel that a lot of management look at the people actually doing the work. So when Scooby has to say that, hey, I'm 50% done, he goes to DS6 and say, team lead, I'm almost done. Can you go tell the fat fucking idiot in his office that he can go tell the product owner that be 50% done? And then DS comes to me, hey, you fucking lazy asshole. Scooby's 60%, 50% done. Can you go tell the fucking project or product owner that so he can go tell the fucking chief of nothingness that we are 50% done with Scooby's project? Why can't Scooby just fucking say that to the whatever he needs to say that to? Why can't he do that? And then in one point at the chain, someone will have a question. And then they have to go through the fucking chain again to ask the question. And Scooby's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because the question get morphed into fucking, why can't it just be... I should fucking become a consultant about how to lean out companies. I wonder how much money there could be in that. I've never seen so much waste of time as when I started to work in an office environment. I sometimes sit and just shake my fucking head. I'm like, what are we doing here? Why am I here? Like, what the fuck is going on? Well, they wanted you to be here, but why? I always ask my boss this, or my team leader, what you will call him. How can I not do my job if I'm not at this meeting? I don't know. Well, then I should not be here. Give me a really good reason why I cannot do my job if I'm not at this meeting. And 9 out of 10 times he cannot come up with a good reason for it. And then I'm like, say exactly that to your boss. Because then it's a waste of time. Or do I need to be there, or could you say it to me in 5 seconds? Well, I could say it to you in 5 seconds. Okay, then I don't need to be there. If my manager can relay the message, and I can continue working, because it's his job as a manager, or team leader, what you will call it, it's actually part of his job to go to some meetings sometimes. I don't have to do that. I'm just a stupid idiot that codes sometimes. Yeah, I lost an IT translation. Yeah. It's just the amount of stupidity that's going on in the office world is like. I watched, I think it was a Google employee or Facebook or something like that. They did like one of those, a day in a life off. And I was just for fun sitting there and just not counting, but just making a mental note about how many meetings this poor girl was into. And then roughly estimating her work day, it was like 80% of her time was spent in meetings or something like that. And I'm like, holy shit. So she only did 20% work. So 20% of her day was actually work. 20 to 10%. Between 10 and 20% of her day was pure work. I can't. It was either Google or Facebook, one of those two, because I've seen it on both on Facebook and Google. Yeah, Jinx, I'm still on. But yeah, they spent most of their time in meetings, and it was so bad I had to go to work and ask the people that are developers. I'm like, is it like if we should do this according to all the philosophies and all of that fucking shit? Are we going to have that many meetings? And they're like, yeah, that's about 50 to 60% is normal that you spend that much time in meetings. Hello. That's actually how you say it in Danish, just hello. 1 minute and a half to... What the fuck is on with GIMP? Is it gimping itself? But yeah, it's just like, what the fuck is going on in that world? Danish is not too complicated, to be honest. Yeah, I am Satan. We actually do have a lot of English words in Danish. We just pronounce them a little bit different, but they're spelled almost identical. Oh, it handles virtual machines also. OpenShift, nice. I got the people at work to use Parsec for remote desktop. Oh, yeah. I think Red Hat is one of the one that have worked with Microsoft the longest besides SUSE. I think SUSE has worked... Red Hat may even be the longest Linux distro working with Microsoft. It could be. But Red Hat and SUSE have worked with Microsoft since the early 2000s. Microsoft run a lot of Red Hat servers, and Red Hat runs a lot of Microsoft servers. The same with SUSE. I think SUSE Linux was the first one to really support Active Directory. And then Red Hat came along after, or added that support a little bit, not so long after. Yeah, like a lot of Canonical works with Microsoft, you know. Instrumentation pooling for much of our network stack. Oh. Nice. That's stuff I would love to do. So right now, the last month or so, I've actually been working on, I don't know if you would call it back-end services, but I'm making well, it's basically a telemetry program at work. I'm the devil now. But I'm basically making a program, or have made a program that we're expanding on, that tracks computer statistics, so uptime and how often they open and reopen or close the company tool set we have, the if it crashes or not crashes and stuff like that. I'm working on making my own installer updater for software, so we can easily install and update software at work. So a lot of tracking, Windows update tracking. Did you agree with the theory above? I don't know which one you're talking about. It's best to always do your own research and stay up to date. Well, not bad. The official way gives you more than just teaching. The official way gives you a diploma or a certificate that opens doors. It's not like I'm saying you learn more, but it makes it easier for you. Because you don't have to explain yourself so much. So if you want to get a job, you don't have to then try to convince them to even take you seriously. Because they can just look at a piece of paper to see how much seriously they have to take you. And I hate that it is like that. Because a lot of great fucking people don't have, educations or diplomas and stuff like that. But it's just easier for someone that wants to hire someone to see, oh, you have that certification, so I should listen to you. Instead of me spending 20 minutes of you convincing me that I have to listen to you. It's a door opener, and it's a really important door opener. And again, a lot of great people, more smarter people than the people that have the door opener, don't have it. But it's just how the world works. People bitch and moan about me using somewhat clickbaity titles, clickbaity thumbnails, and not just me, but a lot of YouTubers do that. And it's as simple as like having a diploma. You do what you need to do to get to where you want to go to. So you play the game. You do what makes it easier for you, or makes it give you a step ahead, or what you will call it. I wish I had diplomas on and went to school and, got validated by knowledge. Because it will make everything so much easier. There are conversations I have with people where they plainly don't believe me because I don't have a diploma that tells them that I actually know what I'm talking about. And then I get someone with a diploma to say the exact same thing, word for word, that I'm saying, and they believe them. Because they have a diploma that they know what they're talking about. or a certificate or whatever it is. Being self-taught and going and doing it your own way only really makes sense if you're going to be self-employed. That's it. If you are going to work for yourself, you can do it your own way. If you want to be part of the workforce, you have to fucking go the official way. It gets you in the door so much faster. Heck, if you don't have a diploma, they will shut the door a lot of times, even if you're way smarter and better than anyone else. Because they're like, well, you didn't even bother fucking taking the education, why should I listen to you? That's how they look at it. So, I don't like it, but that's the reality of things. You know, yeah, it is a cool project. Yeah, dude, clickbait works, man. So I've been doing YouTube since about 2010 or 11. I had different channels over the time. And there were a time where you didn't need to do clickbait. You know, people just watch your content and you didn't need to, like, invoke emotions into them. But there was also not that much to choose from, basically. Nowadays, you need to stand out, man. Just like when you're doing a CV. Your video title and your thumbnail is your CV. You know, you are one title among millions of titles and one thumbnail among millions of fucking thumbnails. Code. I think I've heard about Coding Jesus. Yeah. Like, Scooby, if it was up to me, I would not put much weight into certifications. Because I can take I have Photoshop certifications that are 10 years old. They mean nothing today. But if I put them in my CV, even if they're 10 years old, I probably get into more interviews than someone that didn't have that fucking Photoshop diploma. If we were talking about a job about entry-level Photoshopping. That's how and I can't remember one fucking bit. That's the worst part. I've not used Photoshop in 7 or 8 years. I cannot remember any fucking bit of what they've taught us. I have a Visual Basic diploma. I think I have it, but at least I finished the course. I can't do anything in Visual Basic, nothing. But I have it. So if you and I were getting in to get a job for Visual Basic, and it was basic, Visual Basic, whatever, and you didn't have it, I would probably get to the interview and you don't, and you could probably be a fucking expert. No, they don't. I finished all the courses they had to offer, and then they were like, do you want to learn Visual Basic? That's the only course we have left, because I've done all the rest of them. Yeah, just give me that one. So I was the only one that did it. They just found like an old lecture book that was like super fucking outdated. And then again, this is like 10 years ago or something like that. Even more, 15 years ago, I think. 15 years ago with those certificates. They're super old, you know. But just the fact I have them opens more door than if I didn't have them, you know. And I hate it because it's like it will probably land me a job I should not have, and taking a job away from someone that should have had that job. That's the sad reality of it. But again, that's how the world works. That's how the world works for now. And your life will be so much easier if you just play the game. It's the same with this whole Windows versus Linux thing. If you just don't give a fuck, your life will become so much easier. Just do whatever the fuck you want and don't give a fuck about what other people are doing. Yeah, I Cardis don't. I'm one of the. I'm 100% agreeing with you there. Yeah. Yeah, but what certificates and stuff like recommendation? it makes it easier for a recruiter to sort people out. That's all it does. It's just easier for them to look at who they should, put more attention to than others. And it's just as bad as a fucking Tinder app where it's all about looks. It's just as bad. They are judging you by your pay, by not your real skills. But again, that is what people do. I've seen so many fucking people getting a resume in the door and they look at it and it's like, this is thin? Or, well, there's no, college stamp or anything like that in the first, or they not mention any colleges or blah, 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 blah in the first, few lines. They're just throwing them out. And then, 6 months later, the same application comes in with more better laid out qualifications. This has actually happened a few times. And then they hire the guy or girl. And they turned out to be fucking rock stars. And they're like, oh shit, we disregarded this person because their CV was lacking. Like, they didn't even open it one time. That's how stupid the world is when it comes to recruiting. They just take it up and read your name and throw it out. They don't even bother fucking reading what's in it. Even if they need fucking qualified workers. Oh, I have a bad day today, I can't be bothered, in the fucking trash. Happened more than you would think it does. A lot of the reasons why you get a job is diplomas and pure fucking luck that you even get to the conversation. It's super fucking weird. Yeah, empty internet, yeah. Absolute literature, but Ken definitely has. No, here's the thing. I may know something you don't know, and you know something that I don't know. That's the thing. We could even have the same certificates. And you could teach me something, and I could teach you something. That's the joy of anything in life, is that nobody knows everything. And we all know a little bit different kind of things. But everything has to be done so fast nowadays with recruiting and stuff like that, that the time where they talked and spent time with every applicant is long gone. It's just, there's too many to choose from. It's too resourceful to sit and talk with thousands of people or hundreds of people or tens of people that want the job, instead of just narrowing it down as fast as possible to the top 3 or 4. Oh, C# certification. I kind of wish I had that. I will bet my ass off that at least the C# certification could open a lot of doors. Especially if you, had it for if you were applying for a C# specific job. Let's say you were applying and I were replying, you would more than likely get into the conversation more than I would. But it may not open the door if you want to be a system administrator or an infrastructure dude or something like that. They change their requirements is just to make it easier to sort out people. That's why they're doing it. So you see a lot of times they will increase the requirements so it gets harder and harder to get in. It's just so they don't get so many fucking applicants. Yeah, we should make IT Tinder. Or iTinder, yeah. They allowed me to work in IT, but none of the positions I applied for were C#. Yeah, so that will not mean anything then, your C# application. The best thing you can get is get headhunted or have a recruiter recommending you. So, the company wants you. That's the best fucking thing. You have all the power in the world. Or you go to someone that knows a lot of people in the industry, and they basically become, the recruiter basically become your spokesperson. So that means that they will go out and talk to companies and figure out where you fit the best and stuff, but they also cost a lot of money and it's time consuming, stuff like that. But those are the two best ways. Because if a recruiter comes in the door and say, you know what, I have the fucking perfect employee for you, I have someone that's super fucking, you could benefit a lot from, they are willing to listen to that recruiter more than any CV on the table. Because that recruiter hopefully have a good representation and stuff like that. And you have been validated by that recruiter. So a lot of their work is done for them already. So if you can get a recruiter to help you find a job, that's probably one of the best things ever for you. Other than being headhunted. IT, networking, program, other tech things for blocks with 2 years. I'm gladly informed that I just applied for Burger King cashier. Did you? Jinx, I need to see if I can find you a fucking remote job. Go, Jinx, DM me what your what you've done in IT, what you've done in networking, what you know, what programming language you know, etc., stuff like that. And I will see if I can, because I may or may not. Yeah, don't put Linux distributions, like infrastructure work, support work, programming languages you are somewhat comfortable with and stuff like that. Nobody gives a fuck about Linux. Because I may have someone that could use a student for remote work. Maybe. So let's say, like, you're comfortable with Python, Java, C#, you know about basic networking, like how to set up Windows networking, maybe a NAS server, blah, 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 blah. You know how to give Windows support, Linux support, stuff like that. Just generalized stuff like that. What, haven't you gone to work? Haven't you studied coding for 2 years then? Like, you should have learned something in school. Actually, I think Burger King is using Linux somewhere in that stack, I think. Like, we are not talking about you're going to code the next fucking AI. Okay, you started. That's even better. That's even better. Web design. Ooh, that's even. Ooh. Web. Ooh, that's even better. Yeah, full stack. Yeah. Yeah, I may think I can convince someone to use your web development skills. And maybe your infrastructure skills. If you are a front-end developer, I'm almost sure I could find something for you. Because I know about a few people that need student work. And it's basically just because they don't have to pay students the same as a fucking educated developer. Let's not fool ourselves here. But it's still money. Yeah, but you could earn some money by working in your spare time when you have time for someone else. So you get some more money for your what is it called? Cyberpunk addiction. So I think you mean Metropolitan pizza is probably what you will say. It's more like so mix. It's like it's not like New York pizza. It will be. It's not going to be a full-time job either, Jinx. It's part-time. Um, it's a job where you will work when you have time. Let me put it that way. So if you work 2 hours a week, you work 2 hours a week. Yeah, I think you would call it Metropolitan pizza. So not New York style with a super thin crust, and not totally. Yeah, but Jinx, you're not understanding what I'm trying to tell you here. This would be like you can still do your normal job, but then in your evenings and stuff like that, you would be working like 30 minutes an hour a night on something. Like I would be saying to you, let's just pretend you were working for me, and I'll be like, oh, can you try and fix this thing? Like, can you change the color scheme of this web page within a week or something like that? And you will get paid like 30 euros or whatever. You know. Okay, so you don't want work then. Uh, I I don't know what it depends on what mood I'm in, what pizza I want. Sometimes I just want a simple one. Sometimes I want one that's, with a lot of fucking shit on it. And sometimes I just want a fucking margarita. Yeah, we don't really have Chicago or New York style pizza here in the EU. I don't think I've seen. There probably are, but I have not seen any places that would be like if you talk to someone from Chicago and New York, they'll say, "Yeah, this is a New York and Chicago pizza." Even deep pen pizzas in EU is not really deep pen pizzas. They're just thick crust pizzas. Um, Again, there may be a random fucking place somewhere out in the forest. But it's not normal. The normal pizza you'll get from like a fast food restaurant, which is what pizzerias really are in Europe, would just be like a normal crust pizza, basically. Yeah, they probably will have that there. Their chef may make it, I guess. But the only place that we'll have American bases is Germany. So. Also, I think they are about to leave Germany again. Like they are cutting down on the activities, I think. I think I've heard some talking about that the US is trying to withdraw from some German bases, or at least cut down on the like how many people that are there. I could be mistaken. I never had to buy chocolate. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck it is. I can't see my keyboard anymore. Holy crap, that looks good. Have I had that before? I don't think I have. Like, I had something like it, but not like that. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't think I ever like something like it, but not like this. I've had chocolate with pistachios in them, but not like this. It would be just like darker or light chocolate with small little pistachio bits and pieces in them. Holy fuck, I want this right now. Oh, it looks so good. I love pistachios. Holy crap! Well, happy wife, happy life. Is that not what you said? So you just spend those money really happily. I don't even know if you can get it in Denmark. Yeah, sometimes I've done the same thing. So we have a few Asian markets here. They are online here in Denmark, and when I see people from Asia, they have like these like weird fucking super delicious candies or cakes, and sometimes I'm just like, you know what? I'm just spending. I just set aside like not a lot, but I'm just saying like I don't care what it costs. I just want to try it just once, And then within reason, I buy some of those things. Uh, yeah, pogos or what they call. I tried them one time and paid like twice what they fucking cost in the Asia, and I had like Japanese pancakes with bean paste in them that cost twice what they cost in fucking Japan, but I paid it anyway. um, oh, that looks so fucking good. It's not something I do a lot. It's like a few times a year. I'm like, yeah, I'm spending like, I don't know, $30 or something like that in that Asian store, and then I'm just. Oh yeah, regulations, and I can see that. Oh, that looks so good. What is that coffee that they warm in sand? Is that Turkish coffee or something like that? I really, really want to taste that at one point. Like it's special brewed in a special way with special beans and whatnot. Um, well, it's basically so you don't get killed by the food that you eat. And it's also so you don't get misled by the food that you eat. So they are actually really good, sadly enough. Like you can't say it's one thing and it like for example, you can't say fresh orange juice if it has no orange spot in it whatsoever. You know. It's actually so you know that what they are telling you you are getting, and you're not getting anything that should, in theory, kill you. So a lot of things that you're putting in your shit in America, you can't put in it. That's why a lot of sodas taste differently in Europe versus in America. Even McDonald's French fries have like 3 ingredients in Denmark and EU, but like 15 or 30, what the fuck it is in America, because of all the conservatives. They're also more yellow in America than they are in EU, because they put dye in them that they can't put in EU. But then on the other hand, you get more food for less money in the States on average. So our big menu is your small menu. And yours is still cheaper than ours. I'm a lean person and I have to spend extra just to make. Yeah, I need to keep my mathematically superior shape alive by spending a lot of money. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh wait, you can also get it with strawberry fillings, I guess. Oink. Ain't that like fucking 1.5 liter or something like that? Yeah, our biggest soda in Denmark is just a little bit over half a liter. I think it's about 700 milliliters or something like that. 700 milliliters. And I think your biggest or big one is 1.5 liter. So almost over twice the size. And your small one, I think, is like 700 milliliters. And again, yours is cheaper than ours. But you also have more fucking batshit crazy shit in it. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, I can get it in Denmark? Holy fuck, it's expensive. Our homemade juice is nice, though. Jesus Christ, it's like 10 fucking dollars for a piece. $10+ for a piece. Yeah, I've done it before. We had a lot of ways of getting juice out of fruits. We had a lot of machines and whatnot that helped us with that when I was a kid. We just don't put that much sugar in it. But yeah, I got a lot of fresh pressed juice, homemade juice over the years. Oh, the chocolate. Oh, gotcha. Oh, there's one here. There's one here. There's one here. That's not in stock. Where is the Dubai? Oh. Yeah, I've heard about that with the cane sugar. Ooh, poop. Ew, this is over $10 for a fucking piece, man. So this is the one someone like this I had before. One thing I wish we had more of in Denmark was like ginger ale and root beer. Like, it's super difficult to get that here. Like, unbelievably difficult. I clicked you. Yeah, chocolate has gotten super expensive. Ooh, I should not be looking at this. This is not good for my health. Yeah, so the chocolate yield has been really fucking bad lately. So the price has gotten up. Oh, I want this. This is so expensive. This is like almost what I spent on a day on food. Oh, yeah, Marbu. Yeah, fuck yes. Oh, God, yes. Oh, it's protein. Oh, that's why it's like healthy snack, unquote, quote unquote. Wait, they have a whole fucking section of it? Nutella! Nutella! Chocolate? You must know these, Anton. I love these keks, or kicks, or what you call them. Yeah, we have Marabou brownies. These are really good. Oh, these are super good also. I don't think I ever had those. These are super good. These are just super expensive. Yeah, they are super good. Raffaello! Yeah, this is like almost... Oh, these we can't just normally buy. This is like Japanese or Chinese. Yeah, a lot of this is just like standard fucking candy. Oh my god, I used to eat this a lot as a kid. These are actually really good. Oh, I love these Marabou Oreo bars. Oh. Nobas. Dime. I got not a lot, but I got a few Americans to try Dime and they just can't stop eating them now. It's so funny. Oh, Reader Sport Strawberry, they're really good. I also like the biscuits ones here. Yeah, Dumle. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that it? Bounty is also really good. I had a Bounty ice cream bar today. Oh, wait. They have a U. Wait, what? They have a... Ooh. I may have to spend some money on this site now. Pringles pizza, that can't be good. Oh, Cheetos. Oh, so good. I never had pop-ups or Pop-Tarts before. Mermaid. Ooh. Can I just get one of each? Yeah, I really want to try them, but when I see them here in Denmark, they are massively expensive. Yeah. Oh, I may fucking... I may shop in here tomorrow a little bit. The Vegemite. I don't know, Scooby, to be honest. I really don't know. Twinkies! Oh, I really want to try them. Jelly babies. Yeah, I can see that. I fucking need Twinkies. Skittles we can get somewhat regularly in Denmark shops. We have them in Denmark also. And Nutella, we also have that. Snickers Pecan? Oh, Reese's, we also have ones in the... What? 200? What? This is like $20 or something like that for one of these? Are you fucking with me? It has to be a massive one for that fucking amount of money. Double decker. Oh, it's a 9-pack. Okay, gotcha. 5-pack. Okay, gotcha. I don't know if you have those. Yeah, two of Europe, yeah. I think my brother have used this site once before. He says it's kind of good. I love these peanut, like Reese's peanut butter cups are so good. Yeah, we're not visiting, we're just eating the candy. $1 million bar. Interesting. These are tried before, they're actually really good. Interesting. I had Hershey's before. I was not impressed. Yeah, I also kind of want to try Vegemite and Mermaid. Yeah. I know it's an amusement park, but I never I tried a few of their bars and I was not that impressed with them, to be honest. They were just meh. Mentos Fanta. The fuck? Yeah, Skittles. I do like Skittles. This is where I wish I was like making $1 billion on YouTube so I could just buy all this candy and try it online on in a video or on a live stream. Just buy one of each and then try it out and then send it to you guys so you can try it also. Just had like a big like taste off. A lot of it is just repeated stuff, I see. Oh, at a candy fact, that would be fucking amazing, dude. Yeah, that Dubai candy is super expensive. I would get so fat I could not move, man. These I had before. No, it will take the joy away from candy, I think. These are really good though. That's expensive. What else do they have? Drinks. USA drinks. Non-food. Water pipes. Tobacco. Get that chocolate, thank you. You're getting me more fatter than I am. Why are you not knocking the boss off? I need to remove that boss thing. It's not working. Let's see what kind of drinks you guys have I want to taste. I never had these mess. Oh, Prime is really bad. Ooh, strawberry and cream. Oh, I want those. Oh, blackberry ginger ale. Yeah, Prime is not that good. Are they only mid? I don't know. I am a really massive Monster fan, though. What about A and W root beer? I really want to try those. Like, I see a lot of people talking about these a lot. Old Jamaican ginger beer. Oh, this is so... Oh. Oh, these are fucking free. I may, like, when I stop streaming, I may spend some money. Like, I don't know if they got sued. The root beer is... I kind of want to try it out. And Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut sounds really good. I had this one before. This is super good. It's just normal Coke. Oh, real cane sugar. Oh. I hear Cross was really good also. Kool-Aid I kind of want to try. Even though there's a lot of sugar in them. Yeah, I am losing weight over my belt. But, yeah. Oh, vanilla float. Oh. Yeah, like that's one of the reasons why I would love to go to America, is to taste all your fucking food and drinks and stuff like that. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah. I have Dr. Pepper Cherry before. This kind of okay. Yeah, I may have to spend some money. Oh wait, Squid Game? Energy drink? What? What? Oh wait, I have a fucking Starbucks in the fridge. Give me 1 second. I splurged a little bit and got one of those fancy Starbucks Frappuccino, whatever the fuck they're called, for like way too much money that you have in your fridge, pre-made. Because I never had them before and I want to taste them. No, this is a Danish one. This is only for Denmark. Sadly enough. We have a few of those sites where they import stuff from other countries and then sell it for a lot of fucking money. Holy fuck, this is good. It's probably also like 10,000 calories, but... Oh. Oh, no. Adult use. That's what I call everything with coffee in it is adult use. Coconut drinks. Oh, I still have like half of it left. It's actually really good. It's just like... So 250 milliliters is like twice the. I paid twice what these two cost, like twice the amount of money than this one cost. But I could live off it, man. Oh, it's so good. Wait, what the fuck? This is basically just pistachio croissants. Why are you saying that's being... Oh, this is sale items. Yeah, I may go nuts in the sales items here. I like doing that once in a while. Dunking Midnight Dark Roast Ooh. Ooh. I love going into sites that have, like, close to last sales date or stuff like that, because you get a massive discount. So I like going for those kind of things. Oh, dude, this is like... Okay. I can't be tempted. Oh. I'm not a popcorn guy. I am an energy drinking guy. Oh wait, they have a sandwich shop? It's in Odense? So this is not... This is like 2 hours away from me or something like that? Which in Danish terms means a fucking eternity. This is just stock standard Danish chocolate. Pepsi is good, dude. It's way better than cola. I do like my energy drinks though. This one is not so good. These are kind of the strawberry dreams. Just so expensive. This one is my favorite. Powerade is not that common in Denmark. The same with Gatorade. Oh, they do? Interesting. Limited edition. Why is it so... Oh, I need to be less fat. Toffee flavored and honey. Oh, that was so good. I hate Starbucks, but they fucking make good coffee. Like, anything that the Starbucks stands for goes against my fucking, like, common sense, but... anything they fucking make is amazing. Fucking irritating. I hate it. Oh, why are we looking at candy? Yeah, I could spend my whole fucking monthly salary in here, dude. I may get this mystery box here. Roshin, I don't know. We could also get a mega one. Whatever the fuck that means. A perfect innings distribution. So the Starbucks we have in my town is either the ones you just buy, the ones they have in stores, and then we have one gas station that just give you cafe latte, espresso, americano. They don't have all those like frappuccinos with 10,000 syrups and milks and stuff like that. We don't have that. We do have it in Copenhagen though. Yeah, I don't think I ever heard about that. Oh, so I want that one. I want this one, I think. Wait, you can get fucking booze? Jack Daniels? Oh, well. Of a mini mall. Huh. Holy shit, that's big. Snapple, I've heard that's really good. Oh, it's so why? Oh, I should be a billionaire. Where's Dale? There you go. Yeah, I have to look at that one and anything anything in there. And then just buy everything. Um let's do this so we don't get more what is it called? Tempted is the word I'm looking for. Tempted. Jesus Christ, man. I'm actually like I ate like a pig today. I got spare ribs today, and I'm hungry now. What the fuck? Oh, an Apple Store. That kind of makes. Yeah, I know South Korea is really big into coffee. Japan is getting there. Oh, a low fat tolerance. Yeah. Yeah. Work, 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 work. Work, 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 work. Um. uh, that's a really bossy image of something. General chat. Oh, Haribo is good though. Was it the gummy bears or just like the mixed candy one you got? Like for some reason, everyone just loved the gummy bears, and I'm just like, gummy bears are so just average. It's just like there are better tasting fucking candy out there than just gummy bears. Maybe people just like to have miniature bears in their mouth. I don't know. Star Mix. Oh, the sour one. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just checking some fucking Insta. Jesus Christ, that's so many tabs open. Yeah, I wish Burger King was less expensive here. I'm not that big with sour candy. I can eat it once in a while, but I really want to go to Asia, to be honest. Go to Burger King. Yeah, candy in Norway is super, but it's actually not like they have a lot of interesting candy in Norway. So I just bought the other day, but we had some holidays, so it's coming next week. I bought like 3 mystery boxes from Asia, so Asia mystery boxes. There's normally a lot of noodles in them, but a Taco Bell in Korea. I really want to try Taco Bell. Like, we don't have a lot of Mexican food here in Denmark, sadly enough. Like, if it's not American or European, it's mostly like, sushi, and then that's it. We don't have much of well, anything basically, but we don't have much of other like interesting cuisine, sadly not. Yeah, that's what I get from it. That it's like a fast food Mexican kind of thing. Oh, KFC. I think we have one in Copenhagen. I think there's one in Oslo also. Like a big bucket of wings. Oh my god. I will not survive living in the States, man. I would be so fucking fat. Yeah, Popeyes. I've heard the good things about that also. I'm not going to Google it, command. What is the Texas chain Wonderburgers, or what the fuck it's called? They say that's super good also. Wonderburger. What the fuck is it called? That actually sounds like a good idea, tripod. Whataburger, there you go. Yeah, but ain't Five Guys like massive expensive now? Like I hear Five Guys is like super expensive, or have become expensive. Also, a lot of people are talking about the Baconator from, is it Wendy's? Ah, okay. Yeah, I almost never heard anyone say that Five Guys was bad. It's just expensive. But as a one thing off, hey, I would definitely pay whatever the fuck is. Yeah, I only heard good things about Five Guys. But is that not like a California only thing, or are they all over the country, or what is it? Oh, it's all over. Oh, gotcha. Anyway, I'm getting super tired. I've been up like, I woke up at like 6 a.m. or something like that. So I may stream tomorrow, depend on either. If I don't know. Maybe I will publish the video tomorrow, or wait till next week. Will publish the video that I made for this week. Been a weird week with holidays and stuff like that. So I may stream or may not stream tomorrow. Depends on how my walk goes. Oh yeah, soul food. I love that fucking shit. I used to watch a guy that was a chef. Well, he is a chef that makes like old school soul food, and I'm just like, oh. I need to watch him again. He's like I think he's like in his 50s or something, like 50s, 60s, 60s. I think he's in his 60s, like a good old Southern boy, like with that Southern speak pattern and everything, and a lot of funny stories, and yeah, that's one of the things. Like if I ever come to the States, I have to try soul food. It just looks so amazing. Yeah, it's oh man, it's like it just reminds me of family. Like it's something you would sit and just fuck around with your mates and your family members and make fun of each other and just have a good time and then get some good fucking food in your belly. I actually am more like I would be more excited about soul food than, let's say, Texan barbecue or Kentucky barbecue or anything like that. Yeah, but I can't remember his channel because I used to follow him on my old gaming channel, and when I made this one, I just for some reason didn't follow him. I don't think we have command. No. Yeah. He worked for a work. I don't know if he does anymore, but he worked for like a family-owned restaurant where he was chef that was specialized in soul food. That was the only thing they made. And he's been working there since he was like 15 or something like that. So, aka his whole life, basically. And I think he did a stint in the military and then came back and worked for the same restaurant. And I think his mom passed while I was still following him. So we make a lot of food for him and his mom and his neighbors and stuff like that. But yeah, it just like, oh god, man. Now you're getting me super hungry. Even though my stomach is about to explode. But yeah, it just looks so fucking amazing. But is that not like a southern thing, or is that like just all over the States that they call it soul food? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think he live in Louisiana. Just post them in my Discord. Just post them somewhere in my Discord. Yeah, it's Black American cuisine, yeah, but ain't it more southern, like, or is it just? Oh, it's famous all over. Gotcha. Yeah, when I found his channel, man, fucking hell, I binge watched all his videos for like weeks. I was just sitting and watching him making soul food and telling stories about his life, and it has its roots in the South. Gotcha. Yeah, that like, I just loved watching him while I was doing work stuff and just listen to his stories, and he was so chill and relaxed. And then when you got some good laugh and some good stories, you saw the food and you just was like, God damn it. A lot of I noticed like you're the only one I've heard talked about it beside that that channel I found. Oh, I get it. Yeah, they get yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's yeah. I can see that command. Yeah, like you're the only one that have mentioned it. And when you said it, the first thing I thought about was that YouTube channel. If I can find it, I will post it in my Discord. Yeah, I think he was from Louisiana or something like that. I could be massively mistaken. Was it Old School Soul Food? I think his channel name was. Now I'm thinking of. I can't fucking remember. But when you said it, I just 100% just well, it just popped in my head, that channel there, and I used to watch so many fucking videos of his. And it's not like super. It's like low key production. It seems like he's just recording on his phone in his kitchen, basically. It's so like family, like so chilled as you can imagine it can be. At least when I watched it, he could have changed now and get super high production and stuff like that. But it just looked like he had his phone on a fucking tripod and then just, again, command, I don't know. Yeah, I think I would love the South a lot, yeah. I don't mind heat that much. I do more better in heat than I do in cold. I have more energy in heat in general. It just makes me want to go out more when it's warm outside and whatnot. Maybe not, Satan's butthole cold, hot, but like Arizona desert hot is probably too much. But I live in Denmark that has like humidity point of 99% almost all year round, or between 80 to 99%. So in the summertime, even if it's like only 30 degrees or 20, 24 degrees, it feels like a fucking sauna outside. Because the moisture in the air is just heated up so much. There was another cook I watched that made, was it Bayou food or what? Bayou food from, where the fuck was he from? He was kind of famous. New Orleans, I think he was from. They'd be out in the swamps and stuff like that, just making crocodile meat and crazy meat like that. That's Louisiana. Okay, gotcha. That actually looked really good also, though. It tastes like... Oh. Yeah, I really want to try that. Catfish, I think he made a lot of with also. I didn't like him as much as the Soul Food guy, to be honest, because it was like... The Soul Food guy was like you were watching your uncle making a meal or something like that. Where the other Bayou guy was more like... He was trying to be, he was trying to basically be Gordon Ramsay, just not yelling and screaming, but it was like way overly produced, and he made it too seriously. Like it was just like he wanted to give you that family feeling, but it was just overproduced. Everything was calculated and everything went well, and where the Soul Food guy, well, if he fucked up, he fucked up, Yeah, he has a lot of new shows, so I have not followed him in a long time. I need to go and check that. I need to order some candy, apparently. And then I need to go and see if I can dust that channel up if he still makes videos. We do have caviar in Denmark. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I would like watching that then. I liked his kitchen nightmares. They were kind of fun. But after a while, you got tired of it because it's the same bullshit over and over again. Yeah, you got sick, yeah. Anyway, I need to fucking get to bed. I'm getting so tired I can't think right now. But anyway, Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the support. Go do your thing. Enjoy the weekend. And see if I come back tomorrow, or maybe... I need to... I get that developer. See, I have to ask him Monday if he's okay with doing a live stream with me in the coming week, which could be really interesting. So yeah, have an amazing day, night, whatever it is. See you all later. Bye bye.